Sam? Ready? Hello, I call the Charlottesville regular business meeting to order. Is there a motion to bring us out of closed session?
Yes, sir. This certification of closed meeting, I move that this council certify by a recorded vote that to the best of each council member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session.
Second the motion.
Second, can we vote, please? Motion passes, and now we, for one of the actions that we took in closed session.
Yes, sir. I would like to move the appointment of two members to the recently created CARTA, Charlottesville Albemarle Regional Transit Authority. I move the council appoint Councilors Pinkston and Oshrin, who currently serve on the Regional Transit Partnership, to the recently approved Charlottesville Albemarle Regional Transit Authority.
Second.
Okay, can we vote? Thank you all for continuing to serve on that. We will now have a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Any announcements?
I have one.
Okay.
So this is a press release for immediate release. Legacy, honoring the past, trailblazing the future, is the theme of the 40th anniversary Martin Luther Community Celebration to be held Sunday, January 26, 5 p.m. at Mount Zion First African Baptist Church. Former Richmond Mayor LeVar Stoney will be the speaker. The program will feature musical selections from the MLK Junior Community Choir, a children's choir, and youth and young adults choir. Leaders from a variety of faith traditions will participate in the event. In 1985, the celebration, then sponsored by the Charlottesville NAACP, held its first program and honored Drury J. Brown, a civil rights leader and then director of MACA Youth Program, as the first MLK Community Service Award recipient for fostering long-standing commitment, principle, work, and ideals of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Since then, the event has honored 36 other members of the Charlottesville area for their commitment to Dr. King's ideals. During its anniversary year, the program will honor 40 years of past award winners while looking to the future with leaders from Piedmont Virginia Community College, UVA, local government, and the community. Prior to the program beginning at 5, a special musical and reading prelude will occur at 4 in the church. Parking for the event is at Mount Zion, 105 Lankford Avenue. For more information, you can contact Case Slaughter.
It's a great community event. Our fraternity will be ushering, as well as Gracious Ladies of Kappa Alpha sorority. Just a wonderful cross-section of the community that's there, so I encourage people to come out for that. Are there other announcements?
Yes, I have a couple. The first is that as hopefully you've seen on the City Scoop and other places, the city has launched an e-bike subsidy lottery, and we will be making the first drawing at the beginning of February. You can enter if you are a Charlottesville City resident, 18 and over, at cvilleebike.com. The award will be granted to 25 people each quarter, so you've got a good chance at $1,000 for an e-bike voucher that you can purchase your bike from Blue Wheel, Blue Ridge Cyclery, or Endeavor Cycles. So 3 local bike shops are participating, and we are really looking forward to seeing more bikes out on the streets. So sign up by January 31st for the first quarter at cvilleebike.com. And then
before you move on, that's getting very close to what our sister city in Bessasson, France, is doing, where they offer for anyone through the transit system free bikes, e-bikes for use, and they have them up to several years, and so I'm glad that we're doing this. So
Yeah, it's very exciting. And if you've never ridden an e-bike, you will have a chance, if you would like, to join the city and some local folks who are bringing their e-bikes to the Ting Pavilion on Wednesday, January 29th, so next Wednesday from 11:30 to 1. So take your lunch break, come down to the pavilion and try out a bunch of different kinds of e-bikes. You can test drive one, try different sizes, see how they feel, and then you still have a couple days to enter the lottery. So again, that is Wednesday, January 29th from 11:30 to 1. It's completely free. You can come drive or test ride an e-bike, sign up for the voucher lottery and ask questions from a bunch of people who do have e-bikes and use them all around town. They're great, and especially in our hilly city, it's nice to have a little boost up those hills.
Yeah. Thank you. Other announcements? If not, we're, let me make sure I have it corrected. First time for Community Matters. There are 4 registered speakers, leaving 12 slots open. There's opportunity for the public to speak at the end of the meeting. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak. And we'll first open up the floor to the pre-registered speakers, and the first speaker is Rebecca Newell. Is Rebecca Newell here? If not, we'll go to the next one, Allison Rabel. Did I pronounce your last name correctly? Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Sorry.
Hello? Yeah.
Hello, counselors and staff. My name is Allison Rabel, and I live in an apartment on the downtown mall. I was feeling extra frustrated about this when I initially signed up to speak, so I'll try to keep it brief. In summary, I am here to encourage you to implement the recommendations in the Transit Strategic Plan as soon as possible. Specifically, bring back Sunday service and increase bus frequencies in fiscal year 2026, not eventually. I am deeply saddened by the loss of Reed Super Save Market. With the closure of Reed's later this week, we who live downtown and in the city center will be without a true grocery store. I know there are smaller stores to shop at, but Reed's has been a community staple. And as someone who tries to walk, ride my e-bike, and take a bus more than I drive, Reed's has been a critical resource for grocery shopping. Now we're left without a full-service grocery anywhere within walking distance or that is safe to bike to. With the closure of that store, I would highly encourage you all to increase frequencies of buses along routes that serve grocery stores, namely the 2 to 5th Street, the 7 to Barracks, and the 10 to Pantops, to help alleviate this loss. I would also ask that Sunday service is expeditiously brought back. Somewhat related, I recently took the trolley-like bus to a doctor's appointment at the hospital. I usually ride my bike, but biking West Main in the snow didn't sound appealing. I was able to walk to the stop much faster than I anticipated and waited a little longer than I'd hoped in the cold, but the bus was only a minute late, and the driver pulled as close as they could to the uncleared snow pile to let me in, which I appreciate. My appointment was pretty quick, and I was out shortly after the return bus had already come by. The next bus was in 25 minutes, the city's most frequent bus route. Rather than wait that long, I decided to walk to pick up my prescription and was nearly plowed over by a local contracting company truck who did not yield while making a left turn while I had the crossing signal at a crosswalk. I would have much rather taken the bus. Thank you all.
Thank you. The next speaker, before we move on, Sam, if you could let Garland know about her recommendations for the, for the increase in frequencies on those routes for just, to see if it's feasible. Okay. The next speaker is Tom Gibson. Okay. The next speaker we have is Ann Benham.
Hello, counselors.
Hello.
And city staff. I'm Ann Benham. I live in 116 Observatory Avenue, and I came to just say a few words about the Tree Commission report, specifically the aspect of the strategy to build tree canopy by preservation. And the first 2 things I'm going to read are from that report. Enforceable ordinances, thoughtful site design, and innovative incentives can ensure that trees are integrated into every development project. A stronger tree canopy is not just an environmental goal, it's a necessity for our community's health, safety, and sustainability. I urge the city to preserve existing tree canopy, not only through restoration efforts like removing invasives on public and private property, but also by encouraging developers to tailor their projects to preserve mature tree canopy wherever they can, especially where numbers of big trees already exist. Allowing high-density development in areas like JPA without requiring that at least some existing mature tree canopy be preserved conflicts with the goal of a stronger tree canopy for the city. For example, to my knowledge, every single mature tree of the dozens currently standing on the properties where the Verb and 2000 JPA projects are to be built, is coming down. On the 2000 JPA property alone, over 24 trees, which are big trees, are coming down, destroyed. All the trees are coming down. Young trees will be planted to quote unquote replace these trees, but these will take at least a decade or more to provide the same benefits of the big ones coming down. Let's not allow all the existing mature tree canopy to be destroyed in areas slated for high-density housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have actually slots now for 10 additional speakers. So is anyone here that's not pre-registered? Susan?
Hello. Good
Hello.
evening, staff, city manager, and councilors. So when I got back to work today after yesterday's holiday, I had 2 items in my inbox. One was a list of executive orders enacted by the now Trump administration, pulling the United States out of the Paris Climate Agreement, along with a lot of other potential decisions that he's going to be making around IRA implementation for energy efficiency incentives around climate change. The second item in my inbox today was the city's natural gas decarbonization study. And I would love to say that the second was a panacea for the first item in my inbox, but sadly, I cannot stand before you and express that I am thrilled that the city is taking a step forward and finding creative solutions to its own decarbonization, because based on the results of the executive orders that have already come down, it is really up to us over the next 4 years. And the natural gas decarbonization study has really missed the mark. There is very little mention of energy efficiency incentives that could be offered. It's sort of mentioned as a kicking the can down the road, saying that the utility needs to look at this again. There is no mention of decarbonization of city buildings. How about we get gas out of Charlottesville city buildings? That is not even addressed in any way. There's no creative solutions around solar, geothermal, or other no gas fuels. The only solutions that are really presented are carbon offsets, hydrogen, and renewable natural gas. Let me tell you about renewable natural gas. This is either something you can capture from your wastewater treatment plant, which Charlottesville's is too small to do that, or you're talking about potentially forcing animals into a facility to overeat and create gas that we can then use. This is not a solution that Charlottesville should be considering. I'm embarrassed that this is the report that we've received from the city. The community engagement around this topic was not great. I think our city relies too much on consultants instead of the extremely competent city staff, particularly in our climate program, who could talk to other experts in our community and put solutions forward. So in short, I'm hoping that this is a first step and a realization that we started this particular project on the wrong foot, and we will work together to create solutions, because we need to do better for our community, for our futures. My kids are depending on this. They're depending on us, and I hope you all will prove to be up to the task. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak now? There'll be another opportunity at the end of the meeting. Thank you. We now will go into the consent agenda.
Consent agenda, number 2, minutes, December 16, 2024, regular meeting. 3, resolution to appropriate grant funds from the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation in the amount of $393,456.60 for the Pollux Branch pedestrian trail bridge. Second reading. 4, resolution for supplemental appropriation of $7,571,300 in federal, state, and local capital grant funding for the Charlottesville Area Transit. Second reading. 5, resolution to appropriate Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, $25,375, one of 2 readings. 6, a resolution for Charlottesville-Albemarle Health Department carryover request, $74,625. 7, resolution to refund of business license tax, $10,679.96. 8, a resolution to appropriate state assistance and citizen donation for spay and neuter program at SPCA, $450. 9, resolution to appropriate grant funds from the ICMA Economic Mobility and Opportunity Grant, $24,000, one of 2 readings.
Can I get a second to?
I'll say we have to move it. I'll move the
Okay.
consent agenda.
Second.
Can we vote? All right. Motion passes 5-0. The next item we have on the agenda is city manager's report.
Yes, good evening, council and members of the public. I'm going to use a big chunk of my time to have are you the CEO? I just forgot your title that quick. The CEO for CHO, the Charlottesville Albemarle Airport, to come and do an update on the airport. I get the pleasure of working with Jason and team. Stuart and Chris are both here as well. A great support team and the work that's being done at the airport. So Jason's going to walk you through some updates.
Good evening, everybody.
Good
My name is
evening.
Jason Birch. I am the Chief Executive Officer for the Charlottesville Albemarle Airport Authority. On behalf of my colleagues in the back here and the 48 other employees that we have at the airport, I would like to thank you for our time today. My name is Jason. I've been with CHO since 2001. I was a public safety officer there, and I just kind of worked my way through the ranks for the last couple decades. Prior to that, I was in the Marine Corps for 10 years. Chris White behind me is my Chief Operating Officer. He's been with the airport industry for the last 3 decades. And then the other senior member that I have in my leadership team is Penny. She's our CFO. Basically combined, we have 70 years of airport experience at the helm, just to give you a little confidence that CHO is in good hands. Charlottesville's had a long connection to aviation. It started in the 1920s. There was a few airports actually around that period of time. We consider any airport that has an airplane on a field that's taking you somewhere and someone's paying for you to take them somewhere. University of Virginia had a large footprint in the aviation industry in Charlottesville community for several decades, flight school, and then also on-demand flying services as well. CHO didn't come around until 1955. Considered a relatively young airport. It was not a World War II airport, so that meant it was bought and a field was created, a runway was put on the field. It was owned and operated by the city of Charlottesville and Albemarle County for quite some time, and I'll get into it here in a second, but it became an airport authority in the 80s. The terminal that we currently use opened in 1991. Currently, we have 3 airlines that are taking you to 5 major hubs, mostly along the East Coast and also including Chicago. The airlines, it's an interesting thing when you look at the airlines and the fact that the size of the Charlottesville community has maintained all three of the legacy carriers since I've been there in 2001. We've had some airlines come and go, but the three big carriers have been there. I wanted to show you our top 20 destinations. I think it's important to tell you that we've got a strong connection with New York City. We've had one for quite some time. Boston has climbed up and is in our top markets. Boston is one of those markets that we get questioned about all the time. But if you really look at it, you'll notice that the strong numbers probably stop sometime after Chicago. But the top 20 are interesting. We have a lot of West Coast connection, business travelers, and we have a lot of South connection, Florida.
What are the numbers in the right-hand column represent?
I'm sorry, let me go back here. I don't know that oh yeah, I can. One sec here. The numbers on the right are is the amount of passengers
Per
per each of those. Like LaGuardia had 39,000 passengers.
last year?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
As the final destination.
Yes, as the final destination. So Charlotte was the actual ending connection point for that one. Chicago. CHO is operated by the Charlottesville Albemarle Airport Authority. Leadership was established 1984, General Assembly, and it was amended twice. We have two forms of leadership, and one is the Advisory Joint Airport Commission. There's 7 members in the commission, 3 of which come from the county, 3 come from the city, and one's a joint chair position. That joint chair position serves on the board as well. We have 3 members on our Airport Authority board. One is the city manager, one's the county executive, and one is that joint chair, one joint commission member. We had 699,000, just about 700,000 passengers in '24. We're going to talk a little bit about COVID because I think that's super important to give you an update as how CHO has responded to that challenge. But 700 is a good number. It's a strong one. It's showing that we are returning. We're not quite 100% from COVID, but we're very close. This is the graph I think will tell the story. Basically, if you look at that brown line and how it drops, that's COVID. 2020, 2019 was our and is still our shining year. It's our best year so far. 2020 was our worst year so far. We average around 1,200 to 1,300 passengers in our terminal a day, and I think during COVID we came down to about 12. We have full parking lots. We were struggling to figure out where to put cars for quite some time, and during COVID we had 0 cars in the parking lot. And I'll show you our budget here in a minute. But basically half of our revenue comes from parking, so 0 cars is quite the scary situation that we faced. Pre-pandemic, we had grown 119% from 2009 to 2018. CHO was serving 2,300, 2,900 passengers. Early pandemic, you can see what happened. The seats do tell the story. Seats are how we gauge our success. The amount of aircraft that we have in commercial air service, the amount of seats those aircraft have, that's how we generate, and that's how we recognize whether we're successful or not. Pre-pandemic, looking really good, dropped down to almost 300 seats. But if you notice, the airlines stayed, and I think that's important. Charlottesville and Albemarle County, both in the 10 counties that we support, are they're a jewel to the aviation industry. And when you think of airports that closed during COVID that didn't open back up, CHO was quite a success story, I believe. Today, we have 1,200 seats. So we're almost there. We're about 90% recovered, but we see nothing but positive signs for recovery in the next couple of years. How have we changed? One thing that's changed is the amount of where we go. The airlines have recovered from COVID themselves. They've changed kind of the way that they're doing business. They're using larger aircraft, going to different places. We've lost Philly. We have gained other places more frequencies. So again, the seats are what count for us, and we're just under 100 or so. Our operating budget's very interesting. It takes about $11 million to operate. Our revenue is $11 million. Our expenses were just under that. And these are all these are self-sufficient funds. We receive no local tax revenues for operating expenses. So Airport Authority is independent in its nature. The last economic impact study happened in 2017, and it showed that there was about 2,200 jobs connected to CHO, generating about $110 million in wages, and the economic activity is $310 million. There is a new study underway. We're very excited about that, and we hope to come back and report that because we do anticipate that that economic activity will be even larger. But I just stand before you today to make sure that I can say again, we're on our own. We receive zero local tax dollars, and we're generating over hundreds of millions of economic impact activity. Who takes care of Cho's passengers? Like I said before, we have 50 employees that are out there every day. When I hear about the positive reviews of Cho, what I like to hear about is how clean the terminal is. People will tell me it's sparkly, in fact. The sparkly part of the terminal comes from the hardworking custodians that we have. Some of our hardest workers have been there since COVID. They're the ones that put on masks and didn't know what was happening. They were the ones that watched 1,400 passengers go down to 12, but they still showed up every day. They became experts in mitigating infectious disease, and they're still there. They're 24/7. So I salute our crew of custodians and our public safety and our maintenance. We also have concession, which is Tailwind currently, and we have general aviation activities that are provided by Signature Aviation. We have rental car providers, and then we have lots of members of our GA community that provide private airline services. We have a lot of things going on at Cho right now, maintaining a 1991 terminal. We just replaced some elevators out there, escalators, baggage belt being replaced currently. We're just trying to maintain where we are. So a lot of the projects that you see that are current, we're renovating our fire station. We have a major IT project underway, a security system enhancement underway, and we're always rehabilitating our airfield pavement. We have one runway, so we have to maintain that runway to the terminal. We're preparing for the future. I think this is a very important slide. What it shows you is a 1991 terminal. The blue aircraft at the very top is the type of aircraft that served that terminal for many, many years. It's a turboprop aircraft, if you remember the Dash 8s of old, and they were designed to really pull in and U-turn out, and everything was kind of restricted and constricted. The middle aircraft you see are the types of aircraft that we see today. 100-seat type aircraft, larger aircraft. The bottom aircraft is the one that we keep our eye on. This is the airline direction. This is what when we talk with the airlines, this is the direction that they would like to move forward with. So we as Cho have to prepare ourselves and start thinking about how we're going to accommodate that type of an aircraft. So on the horizon, we have lots of studies underway. We're looking at how we're going to focus on safety and efficiency and how we're going to have a smart growth. We have to look at that aircraft compatibility. Our terminal facilities, we're going to take a really hard look at that. Our parking is always a challenge. We're going to be looking at parking improvements. We're always looking at our general aviation improvements. Our air traffic control tower, I believe, is the oldest tower in the Commonwealth of Virginia, if not on the East Coast. And then, of course, all the other support facilities. So we're going to continue to look ahead, and through our leadership, we're going to ensure that we're ready for the future, what aviation throws at us. This is about as fast as 15 minutes I can make it. I'd like to talk about it all night if I could, but if there's any questions from you, I'd love to take them right now. Yes.
Yes, sir. You didn't speak, excuse me, you didn't talk about your private side in terms of planes that are used in the private industry. Can you talk about that? In other words, outside of the standing commercial carriers that you have.
So we do have a general aviation community
That's
that
the
is
word I'm looking
providing.
for.
You got it.
Thank
No
you.
problem. It's the general aviation is significant at Cho. Sometimes we're busier than Richmond on a daily basis when it comes to general aviation traffic. Signature Aviation handles that for us. They also maintain our fuel for our commercial air service. We did speak highly about commercial.
Do you contract with them, or is that?
We do contract with them.
Okay, I
We're in a
see.
pretty long, we're right in the middle of a pretty long contract with them right now.
I see, okay.
And so, yeah, so they maintain all of our general aviation facilities for us.
I see, okay. I had another question. Maybe we'll come
Yeah,
back
that's
in a
no
second.
problem.
Michael, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm curious. I know a lot of airports are being looked at as areas to deploy solar panels. Is that something that's being looked at or evaluated in any way?
It is, yes, sir. It is being evaluated. We look at it from time to time. We'll bring local companies in to kind of take a look at the situation for us. We have 700 acres, but it's all extremely important for our growth, for example. So when you think about solar panel activity and the amount of space that we're going to need for it, the challenge we have is that that space that we could put it on a map may very well be in the next 10 to 15 or 20 years. It may be where we have to put buildings to facilitate our growth. It may be where general aviation, for example, is very tight and where it's currently located. We may have to move something onto that side. I know that our air traffic control tower, as old as it is, may very well get moved to, may very well get moved to the opposite side. So it's not only a matter of what does the solar panel do for us, you have to compare it to what does the growth of the airport need, and do we have the space for it? So we bring every couple of years we'll bring someone in, just kind of take a look at it and tell us what they think.
Is there known, existed, or planned for growth that you know is blocking off like significant amounts of areas?
There is. So we maintain basically a 20-year plan with the FAA, and the area currently that we looked at is planned for facility growth.
I remember the question I had. You issue your own bonds, the authority does?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess your sort of capital improvement project or capital improvement list is pretty substantial, and
It's very substantial. And our
Okay.
capital budget is also, we do get support from the FAA and the Department of Aviation from the Commonwealth of Virginia.
okay.
Mostly through aviation-type funds like aircraft, property taxes, and fuel taxes.
I see.
But it's a competitive process. But the Commonwealth of Virginia is a pretty successful aviation program. So we get a specific amount of money, and that's mostly for improvements, but it's improving the airfield facilities. The FAA are very particular as to what you can use their funding for. Mostly anything that's non-revenue generating for the most part.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Lloyd, do you have any?
I have no questions. Thank you.
I'm curious about the conversations that you all are having. You mentioned parking several times. I know that's a big income generator for the airport, but with the knowledge that we have nowadays about smart land use and understanding that parking lots are not generally the best way to build on land, and our ethos as a city is definitely leaning towards better public transit options. And when we send people to the airport, it's better for traffic if everyone's not in their own individual car. So an airport shuttle could be a thing coming down the road when we build up CARTA or other services like that. What kind of conversations are you all having on your end about better public transit to the airport?
Well, we have them. It's normally it seems as if we always find ourselves back at the original question, which is we support about 10 counties. So we have about an hour drive time to the airport. We have 100,000 passengers generally coming from over the mountain to serve that use CHO. So it's tough for us to try to find that answer when it comes to public transportation. I guess since 2001, I have watched us just run out of room when it comes to parking. Whether or not that's going to shift or change, we're facing that challenge right now. We're behind it. And so right before COVID in 2019, we were literally putting cars in gravel parking lots because we just didn't have the space for them. So it's one of those things where the one thing that we do try to look at when I talk about parking garages, for example, is like a multi-use type of environment, something that when we build it, can we change it? Is it modular? Is there something we can do with it if for some reason things became autonomous faster than we expected? Is there something we can do with the parking garage rather than let it sit empty? But we are studying it. We're not experts in it by a long shot.
Thanks.
Yeah. I had a couple of
Sure.
questions. Just seeing the plan, my days as a planner for the county, I did the review for the county. I think it was Delta at the time did that. And I see that at the time, the tree, the big oak tree, that was pretty controversial that we were able to save that, and it seems to be still seems to be doing fine. So I'm glad it's one of the oldest trees in the state. Who would you consider your competition? I mean, who?
That's a great question. We have local competition, of course. When we think about where our passengers are Charlottesville and Albemarle County and the greater region are from and where they're going to, that we would consider that competition. So if you're from this area and you drive to Richmond, then Richmond's our competition. But we actually compete with any airport our size for the same aircraft every day. We compete with airports that are in California for an airplane that we want to keep. We are competing for retention, if that makes sense. So it's not just about competing for a new service. So we have benchmarking airports of like size, but I think competition is very interesting in the air service development industry. Like I said, I would think, right before COVID, I think the Washington airports was our largest competition. You have highways. Speaking of transportation, you have highways that go right to Washington, to Dulles, and to Reagan, and people were driving past every airport to get there. But since COVID and since some of the low-cost carriers that have moved into Richmond, we've seen a little bit more activity that direction, and so I consider maybe Richmond would be our biggest competition.
I hear
There's no
Manassas.
train to Richmond, but there is one to DC.
I hear Manassas is growing pretty quickly. Their airport.
It is.
Just curious. Do you see in like on football weekends, do a UVA alum, do they fly in, or is it business people for something at Darden or something? Who do you see?
Are you specific to the commercial air service that we see in a terminal, or activity by aircraft, for example?
By aircraft, maybe
aircraft.
it's general aviation or the.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Basically the ACC. So any football game that has any team coming from one of the ACC teams, we see a lot of aircraft coming in from those areas. So if you think about it, like Georgia Tech, for example, we always know that weekend's going to be a busy day on the ramp for us. After the University of Virginia won the national championship, we became quite the interesting community because a lot of coaches were flying in to watch the different camps, and we were at capacity for general aviation. Football season is a tough season for charters for us. We provide that support for University of Virginia athletics year-round, but during the football season, we have the larger aircraft that come and go, and so we see an uptick in activity for sure. And I'm glad you spoke about that tree, because that white oak, we're very proud of it.
Yeah.
And we have done everything we can. I will tell you that Cho has been involved in preservation of that tree for over 40 years. We work with local companies. They come in on a daily basis, and it is now currently the second oldest tree in Virginia.
Yeah, it was. At the time, it took a lot of community input working with, so I'm glad it's still. It says a beautiful. You can't go there and take a picture legally anyway.
Well,
but,
you can. We provided a program for that tree. In fact, just so you know, if you go on our website, you can actually reserve time to go out to take pictures with the tree.
Okay.
We provided public access. We worked with local leaders of Albemarle County to ensure that we were going to provide that opportunity when it was everyone was really concerned about that. And I think it's working very well.
Good.
Our public safety team does a really good job with the public.
So, just one last question or comment. Like, if it was one thing that you feel like you needed from the city council, what would it be?
That's a great question. Thank you. I think right now we just want to make sure that we're recognized and understood. I think that as an airport authority, we do not do enough of this personally. I was here the last time we did it, and it was probably 6 years ago.
Yeah.
So I think it would be great for us to do it more often. We have a lot of interesting and exciting projects underway that I think would be very important that we're communicating with you. The economic impact study that will be coming out will be vital for you to have that piece of information. And as we work towards some of these much larger capital improvement projects, I think we'd love to make sure we can communicate that with you as well. But I will say, one of my board members is sitting beside you tonight, and he does an excellent job communicating that with I'm sure with you as well. So
Yes.
We're very happy to have him.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
And I will say that this is a coordinated presentation, so Jason is doing part 2 of this tomorrow night for the county board. Because we appreciate the opportunity for the airport authority, although not receiving local tax dollars, it's still important. It's about our quality of life as a region, as a city. So it was important for us to be able to try to hit a rhythm with this. So he'll definitely be coming back and having these moments with us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Couple other things.
Yeah.
Ashley has a update, as well as Mr. Freeze as well. So go ahead, Deputy.
Good evening. that's in attendance. I just wanted to share that our local community is doing the point-in-time count. The point-in-time count occurs every January across the nation, and volunteers go out to have conversations with our community members who are unsheltered on that particular night, and we count the individuals who find themselves that night unsheltered to get a feel of how many individuals we have who may need additional support. Our local nonprofit, BRAC, is who coordinates that, and they are still looking for volunteers. There are 2 shifts, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. The next morning, depending on how you feel. Are you a night owl or an early bird? They can accommodate either, and they will also help train you on how to administer the questionnaire that they are doing. I would encourage the community to just take a Google, go to the website, and their executive director, Ms. Shayla Washington, will be happy to help you find a slot that's available, as well as to train you on doing that survey. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Freeze?
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Wade, members of council. I got 2 items to report on. One, I wanted to talk about our snow response from the January 6th storm. But I'd like to start by extending my high level of appreciation for the work done by our crews in Public Works, Utilities, and Parks and Rec, and just to appreciate really the hard work that goes into clearing snow and ice, and the long hours, the day and night shifts that they go through to get that work done. Our snow event concluded with approximately 4 inches of snow and very cold temperatures. Overall, the snow clearing effort was very good, with all primary roads cleared by January 7th, all secondary roads in at least fair condition by the end of the 7th, and that same day, work had begun on clearing crosswalk ramps and sidewalks. Public Works took on an additional and unplanned for task in clearing safe routes to school to assist the schools in getting open by Thursday of that week. And in addition, Friday night, they went out and cleared snow and ice from priority bus shelters to support access to CAT. So to get to those numbers, we cleared 160, or I'm sorry, to get to that, we cleared 165 miles of streets and 31 miles of sidewalks in the Safe Routes to School program areas. I also want to note CAT was in operation throughout the storm event with only 2-hour delays and 2-hour early closings. As far as our sidewalk clearance ordinance, to date, NDS has issued more than 110 citations, focusing on our school walk zones and other high traffic areas like downtown. And for context, that was more than were issued in the entirety of the 2022 winter season, which was the last time we had a major snow event. So overall, the snow response, I believe, was very good, but there's also room for improvement. Staff met this past Friday on an after action. A lot of really good ideas and great conversation came out of that meeting. Some of those changes include, we're looking at both the next storm that we anticipate this winter, and as well as looking at updating our snow plan for next year. Some of the ideas included better and more public communication, expanding and better coordinating our person power and equipment so that we're integrating and using resources across departments more effectively, expanding on the sidewalks that we clear, something that we'll probably look at for the next snow plan for next year, and then also potential changes for how we manage snow downtown. I'm happy to answer any questions on that, but I'm going to go to my second item first, which is decarbonization study. Had my thunder stolen a little bit on that. But we are still pleased to announce that the final Charlottesville natural gas decarbonization study has now been released and is available on the Utilities Department website as part of the city website. This study looks at a strategy for the city-owned gas utility to meet the city's greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals. So those are 45% by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050. The study found that the utility's existing energy efficiency and carbon offset programs do put it on track to achieve the 2030 objective, but achieving the 2050 objective will require expansion and changes to these programs, as well as the introduction of new fuels, technologies, and programs. Some key next steps to look for coming up include working with the Office of Sustainability to review and select carbon offset programs and vendors, so changing those that we're using today, expanding energy efficiency programs overall, and expanding the energy savings tree planting program, which was referenced earlier tonight by the Tree Commission. From currently, that's a once-a-year program to making that a twice-a-year program. So again, happy to answer any questions on both of those items.
Any questions or comments on either one of the topics? Lloyd, I'll start with you.
One of the things that we got a lot of comments and questions about dealt with specific, in some cases specifically downtown, but not only downtown, of where the responsibility lies between city plows that plow up maybe a foot-high wall of snow right at the gutter, and the sidewalks that basically people clear to the gutter. And the result is still that it's dangerous for people to walk, to get out into the street, it's impossible for somebody in a wheelchair to do so. And admittedly, I haven't lived in a snowbound place in many, many, many years, and I don't really remember back that far how those responsibilities were divvied up. I wasn't paying attention at that point. But is there a better way that we should be doing that we should be apportioning those responsibilities so that we can make the sidewalks passable for folks with mobility issues?
So I'd say so first off, in terms of the right-of-way, we have the immediate responsibility of clearing the street right-of-way, the travel lanes, and that we do that during storm events in particular to make sure they're available for emergency vehicles, but ultimately they're there for all vehicles as following the storm. And then we do have responsibility for clearing the sidewalk ramps that lead to crosswalks. I can attest to the fact that that's very, very difficult work, and to a certain extent, we've relied on the fact that in Virginia, generally the snow melts, that we don't have long-lasting colder weather like we experienced in this past storm. Part of our conversation on the 17th was talking about how we ensure that we are planning for these types of longer cold weather events where the snow lingers for a longer period of time, and how we address that kind of a change. Part of that is also talking about increasing the availability of staff or other resources to do the work and equipment to do the work. And then in particular with reference to downtown, we talked about changing our strategy there. Right now, the snow plan says we have to get to about 8 or 10 inches of snow before we start hauling snow. Because again, it has to go somewhere, right? It doesn't go away when we move it. But in this case, looking at places like downtown where we might actually start hauling earlier. Those are the types of things that we are going to be looking at for and assessing the cost of for next year's snow plan.
I'll add a component to that of all the things that I heard, because as you might expect, I heard a lot. I heard from...
a boy from the South.
Yeah. I have my own things to say about it because you all know I hate snow. I absolutely detest it. So this is not a fun time for me, and I hate cold weather too.
But it's magical.
No, it isn't. No, it's not.
Isn't it snowing in Louisiana right now?
It is. My son has sent me a video this morning about the snow on the ground in Baton Rouge, and it was on the Today Show this morning too. So that was weird. And their response was, we don't have snow plows, so it's just going to have to be here, stay at home. I think part of what I want to express, I want to jointly express the thanks to the team because I know how hard it is to do this job when you're having to probably travel in that mess to get here to then do the work for everyone who expects it to be done here. In addition to the plummeting temperatures where everything just froze after we did what we did, it just made it that much more challenging. But I heard a number of comments from all sectors of the community, and I think what it does for me, and James can attest, he was my punching bag because I was asking him question after question throughout all of this. In the reassessment aspect of things, it then becomes a budget matter. There are probably some changes that we can consider making. There are some expensive changes that we could consider making. There were a number of people who said that city should just get all the snow off the street. We have never operated that way. That has not been the priority for the city of Charlottesville as far as I can appreciate it. I've asked repeatedly, did we do this at one point and stop doing it? It's the plow and the sidewalk, and that's it. When it comes to removing it, it's a lot more of it to cause that. If we need to make shifts to that, we're going to have additional capacity. We cannot rely on this team to be able to get all of this done as quickly as everyone wants it to be done. In addition to that, I've had people tell me that they think we should do away with the ordinance so that we don't ticket anyone for not clearing off their sidewalk. In all honesty, that's a help to us because it's that fewer sections of sidewalk that have to be cleared off by us that we struggle to get to anyway. Then if everyone would just go out and do that and plan accordingly, it might actually go a little bit smoother. So that's me making a clear statement that we all have to get in this together. And as much as I hated going outside, I had to go out there and do it too. I think that's what we all got to remember as the work that needs to be done. It was my number one priority, and the superintendent can attest to that, was to get schools back open as soon as possible. So the going and taking a look at the safe routes to schools, sidewalk areas was important for us to quickly figure out how do we step in and get that done. And I do think, as Deputy Freese has pointed out, we're going to have to adjust that. Because what's happened since the last snowstorm is we changed the walking zones. We expanded them, so there were more kids needing to walk. And I don't know that we captured that. I think that was a miss that even I allowed to happen. So I think that's one of the things that we quickly learned and why we took the action that we took. So we're going to continue to look at that and figure out how to make sure that we can get things cleared off a little bit faster. So it's a work in progress. We have a lot of new people in the mix. I have one guy right there who's assuring me that we are good and we're going to get better and we're going to keep working at it. And I do think our budget director back there is going to help me figure out how to have some money to buy some additional equipment. And we're going to do even better very soon. I think that's probably the best answer I can give you at this point.
Well, and I think it's also worth noting that as we have over the last few years developed an increased sensitivity and awareness of bikes and pedestrians, to the extent that, I mean, frankly, growing up in Charlottesville, I don't remember anybody caring about pedestrians and bikes in any sort of citywide sense.
Sure.
We've got more of a sense now, I think, than we ever have had before, that these are things that we need to be paying attention to and putting more money into.
Yeah, it requires a little extra effort, and I think that's what we have to plan. What does that really call for?
And in that same vein, can you tell us how we were able to issue so many more citations this year?
Sure. So for one, we doubled the number of staff out issuing citations, and the other is we discovered that folks out on bicycle actually have an easier time issuing citations because one of the challenges we've had in the past is that staff in vehicles find that once they identify a sidewalk that hasn't been cleared, there isn't necessarily a place to park in order to issue the citation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank Mr. Hicks and Mr. Freese and your staff, if you could just let them know from us that we appreciate the work that they did. I know it was a lot. There's nothing in that sort of realm will ever be perfect, and I know there are lessons learned and things that we can do better, and I'm sure that we will. And if there's equipment we need to purchase, I think, coming up with a strategy for curb cuts and how you manage that. You get all that snow piled up and then it freezes and it's like a block of ice, literally. That's something we need to do more work on, but I just want to highlight the fact that I think, you all did a good job, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Steve. Please let your staff know that. Michael, do you have any comments?
No.
All right, that is the city manager's report.
Thank you so much.
Could I ask?
Oh,
No.
Sorry, I was just going to say, since it is still quite cold out, can you give a quick recap of the various warming centers that are available for folks?
We don't have any official warming centers open. I mean, we still have the library, and then Carver Rec is still a welcoming place for individuals, but we have not actually opened anything specific. We have found that the facility service, the services that are available have actually had openings or vacancies, so we're not seeing that we need to do anything else at this time.
And Councilmember Ostrin, the Department of Social Services and the Department of Human Services is working very closely with our nonprofit experts who provide support to those who find themselves unsheltered to make sure that no one goes without. So for example, if there's an individual who might need a different accommodation, right now, maybe because of the facility that our friends at Pacham are able to access, we are certainly working with those nonprofits to make sure that everyone has a safe and warm place to go, given the kind of unprecedented long stretch of under freezing temperatures that we're having.
Yeah, I just want, our church is hosting the ladies for the last 2 weeks for another week, and it's definitely been several more ladies spending the night,
Thank you.
Could I ask, and this is, these are comments I made just reading your general report, things that came to mind.
I was wondering where that paper.
Yeah, well, this is, I'm going to have other things for later, but, so you're having regular meetings with the neighborhoods? Is that what I saw?
So we have a neighborhood leaders meeting every quarter.
That's the
So-
thing that's been going on?
Yes, organized meeting of all
And that's with
the
the
neighborhood
neighborhoods?
leaders, all the civic associations, neighborhood associations. They designate an individual, and those folks join me and staff in a meeting every quarter.
How well attended is that?
It's well attended. There's
Okay.
about 30 people, I would say, roughly. They get to submit questions, and they do submit many questions. And we respond to all of those questions in writing and then attach them to the city manager's report after each of those meetings.
Okay, well, that's encouraging to hear. And I saw some note about possibly providing money for mailers.
So there's a question, that's been a regular question from the neighborhood groups that in their efforts to try to get more of their neighborhood residents to join, they feel like they need to do outreach, and they've asked if the city would support that. That's one of the things that we've had on our list of considerations.
Okay, so
For
you're
figuring out a
thinking
way to
through what that would
support,
look like.
yeah, better organizing the neighborhood so that they can better engage with the government.
Okay. And I guess that work happens through NDS, is that right?
Through Community Solutions, so Alex and Antoine and the rest of the group.
Great, yeah. Yeah, I'd be interested at some point, like we could talk about this separately, but like which neighborhood or neighborhood groups you feel like have appropriate representation and which ones you feel like are perhaps weaker or not represented well
We can
enough.
share with you the list and kind of point out where there might have been.
To see if we could help recruit or something. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. The next item, we're now at the action items, and the first item we have is Charlottesville CIP, and I just want to note we have the school board chair and vice chair here, and I thought I see Chris Meyer is here.
So before Mr. Goddard gets started, I wanted to just point out that I requested this presentation as I guess a next step to the December 19th joint meeting that you had with the school board. There was a lot of conversation about CIP items. Wanted to make sure that he had an opportunity to just give you more details. He had a packet that had already been prepared, and we regret that that didn't get out to everyone. So I thought it would be best for him to be able to describe a little bit more in detail. I've also invited Ms. Rittervold, who is online because she was not able to be present, if she would be able to speak to some of the sustainability efforts. And Ms. Hamill is going to speak to the ongoing work that we're doing with our external financial team who's been guiding us on the due diligence work and figuring out how to finance some of the bigger ticket items that land in that area of sustainability.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Good evening, council. As Mr. Sanders said, I'm going to give you a brief overview of the school CIP in update form. So I'll get right into it. Basically, we'll discuss how we decide what our plan is, essentially, and then I'll go through an update on the projects we've completed recently and that we're still working on, because some of them are ongoing. Give you an idea of what we're planning to work on in the upcoming few fiscal years, and then a quick overview of our priority improvement program, which not everybody fully understands, so I'll give you a quick synopsis. First, I'll give you a little bit of insight into how we develop our project plans. Essentially, we do our work in two ways, or we fund our work in two ways. The CIP process, which is essentially how we get individual projects funded and approved through council. So essentially, we take need assessments, and it goes through a very linear process. We also include information from our facility condition assessments, which we do on a 5-year cycle, in addition to several other types of condition assessment. We take the needs and the needs, and we sort of work through which ones are the highest priority from our perspective. Sometimes we have to explain to people that the leaking roof is more important than some other thing, but not usually. We get it all done typically. And then it goes through the CIP committee, and then the planning process, and is approved by you good folks. We also have a few lump sums, which are basically meant to fund projects that are sort of smaller in nature, things that it would be inconvenient to wait for a fiscal year rollover. And that's more of a grabbing information from all different directions and just sort of synthesizing it and coming up with a plan. We plan these things on a 5-year cycle. Typically, the nearer years are pretty clear and detailed. As it gets further out, we leave a little bit of space for the unknown. And there is always a lot of unknown. Things deteriorate over time and we find out about it. Or the school board will come to us with an emerging need that maybe isn't a huge thing, but it's something that they need urgently, and we leave space for that. So here's a list of the projects I'll go through, and I'll go through them individually, so there's no point in remaining here. The first one is the one that I think most people are most interested in. It's the middle school reconfiguration project at what is now Buford, will be the Charlottesville Middle School. This project has been underway for over a year. It's planned to be completed in the summer of 2026. It's a $91 million project. It's a major renovation and redevelopment of that site. Big addition and a very nice renovation of some of the existing buildings that will remain. Here's a little bit of a view of what that project will look like from the drop-off area. If you're used to dropping off there, you know that that's pretty different from what it looks like now. And then this is what the plan is for the back side of the school. What you're looking at on the right-hand side of that image is the cafeteria as it exists now. And on the left is the gym building, which didn't exist until very recently. Here's an image, not super recent, but a couple of months ago, where we were at on that. We've progressed a little bit since then. Here's a rendering of what the school looked like from the play fields, kind of in the back area. On the left is the Boys and Girls Club. And that's what that looked like about a month ago, maybe 2 months ago. This project is going well. No major complaints. We're on time. We're on budget. We have no reason for major concern. It's going to be tight budget-wise, but they always are. Good projects are always tight. So far, so good. This is the next project I'd like to talk about. It's the Johnson Priority Improvement. I'll talk a little bit more about what the Priority Improvement Program is, but suffice it to say that that's $1.25 million that council has granted us per year over the last few years to do inserts into the schools, which we hope will sort of increase their usability in the near term and give them a little more longevity as buildings, because we don't think that we can replace them all at once. This was a project we did with VMDO Architects. Again, a $1.25 million budget. Essentially what we did here was replaced all of the school furniture inside the school, which is important and which I don't have pictures of, but that is a lifestyle upgrade for the school itself. And we also took what was just a black roof for the gym at Johnson and turned it into a usable teaching space with a little green roof element that the students are meant to take care of. And so I think this project really added a nice additional feature for the school, some outdoor learning space, which is always at a premium, especially when things like pandemics and things come around. and it has a nice view to the play fields. So I think it's usable pretty much any time. Here's a very sexy project we did out at CHS. We replaced the electrical switchgear. It was a $1.5 million project. I like to focus on these kind of projects because these are the sorts of things people don't think about that happen in the background. The electrical switchgear out at CHS was outdated. It was original to the school from 1974, and it was known to be a fire hazard. So it was important that we react and take care of that, and we did. It took us 3 phases because you can't really shut down all the power to the school for long periods of time. So we came through over 3 summers consistently and took care of that. And we are now complete with that project. Next one I'll talk about is the Charlottesville High School roof replacement. Again, this was a 3-phase project for similar reasons. You can't replace a roof while school's in session for a lot of reasons, mostly noise and also exposure. So we had to break it up into 3 pieces. We're now done with the 2nd phase, so the 3rd phase will be completed next summer. And that has been a $6 million project split over 3 years. So again, people don't typically think about all the things that happen to keep a building even usable, but $6 million is a lot of money because it's a big roof. I will tell you that this roof is solar ready, so it has all of the necessary accommodations for a solar project, which we're planning on right now.
When might that happen?
I'm not sure, and I don't want to steal Crystal's thunder, but she's going to speak specifically to that. So there's our new roof. Speaking of projects that kind of come up out of nowhere, this one was a project that we heard about very late in the game, and we had to scramble a little bit to make it work. Charlottesville High School was dealing with some concerns about the safety of their restrooms, and also some concerns about gender, who uses what restroom and who gets to determine that. And the Kim Powell with schools noticed what we were planning at the middle school, which was individualized restrooms that are one-person restrooms, completely private, but with wash stations outside the restrooms. So it's easy to keep an eye on what's happening. You don't have a lot of fooling around happening, which was happening in the closed restrooms. And you also, no one cares what gender you are. You just choose a restroom and you go in.
What does it mean when you say rooms are sized to strongly discourage co-occupation?
It means they're small.
It's too small for 2 people.
Too small for 2 people. Because when 2 people go in a bathroom, bad things happen. Yeah, so we keep them small enough that it describes.
I sort of figured that's what it was getting at.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Co-occupation is not a phrase I hear often.
Right. I didn't want to be too straightforward about what we're trying to do here, but
Euphemistic.
yeah,
Gotcha.
You could put 2 people in there if you really wanted to, but
Gotcha.
it wouldn't be comfortable.
Work.
But so we threw this together pretty quickly. It was a tough project to get done in one summer because plumbing is always a difficult challenge, especially when you're moving it around to different places. But we're very happy with how the project came out, and all reports from the school have been very positive. Again, $1.25 million. This was part of the priority improvement program as well. And you see how quickly $1.25 million goes in construction these days, especially when plumbing is involved. But this bathroom is right off of the cafeteria, so it's much used. And a friend of mine whose son goes to this school says that his son used the restroom at school for the first time when this was completed. So I consider that a positive. This is another project that came about really quickly, and we had to put it together without much time. But this was an ADA access project, and also a Title IX improvement to the CHS softball field. There were some problems with access to people with disabilities. There was also an issue of kind of just deterioration. There was some premature deterioration of some of the site materials that have been used on an earlier project. It's a long story. I can tell you all about how wood deteriorated too quickly at a certain point in time when we stopped using certain treatment methods for wood. But suffice it to say, we needed to get in there and fix some things. And so we did it in a little more durable way than would have been done in the past. And this project's just about finished. It cost us $425,000. It was, as most small projects are, it was a big challenge because the smaller they are, the harder they are, it seems like. But we got it done, and that one's up and running. Another small project, $30,000. But I highlight it because it, recently facilities development took on the transportation team as part of our team. We were doing just vertical projects, buildings essentially. Now we're doing sidewalks and roads. This project was a good opportunity to take that new sidewalks and roads team and apply them to the CIP program for schools, which hadn't really been done before. This project was to repair a sidewalk that was kind of sinking into the earth, causing a giant puddle that kids couldn't get through to get to school. So we came in. It wasn't a difficult project. It just hadn't really been done this way before. So I was happy that we could kind of pave a new path. A quick idea of what we're looking forward to. The Venable priority improvement, which is not Venable anymore, so I should probably correct that. Walker pre-K adjustments, that'll also be done under the priority improvement program. CHS track lighting, which is underway right now. The CHS Martin Luther King Performing Arts Center interior lighting, which we're working on getting scoped out right now. Summit Elementary window replacements. We're doing a whole slew of replacements of windows, and you wouldn't believe how expensive those are. Probably around $1 million by the time we get them all done. Burnley Moran roof replacement, that's in fiscal year 27. That'll be a $1.5 million roof replacement project. The pre-K center at Walker campus, which that's just a little $25 or $30 million project for fiscal year 27. That's the pre-K center that follows on the Buford project. So as soon as we kind of roll off that one, we roll right into the Walker project. Yes.
Is that, where are we in the design process of that? Has that started, or are we waiting for Buford to be over?
When we originally put together the design package for the Buford project, we also did the Walker project up through schematic. So we know what the building should look like unless we change our mind. We're not to the details yet. Mm-hmm. But its massing is together, what the rooms will be sized like, and what the building will look like is all figured out already. So that's about where we are right now.
So the transition off of Buford onto Walker should be fairly smooth?
Yeah, we'll roll right into finishing up the design process and then take it into construction.
I mean, not to jump ahead too much, this is a large project. Is it in the CIP?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's out at FY27. It was put in last year, I believe. Also, fiscal year 28, we'll do another roof replacement. So all these schools were built at the same time, which is inconvenient for us because all the roofs and major maintenance items come due at the same time. So we're doing 3 in a row, essentially. And then CHS generator upgrades, which we're working on right now. So increasing the size and reliability of the generators at CHS, not only so that school could maintain in certain situations, but also so that it could be used as an emergency center as needed. So a quick note about the Priority Improvement Program. This was a program that was put in place in 2016, I think was originally talked about. First funding came in fiscal year 18. And it was originally conceived as a $1 million program that would give us some way of making some major improvements to a portion of a school. There have been different philosophies for this program over the years. The funding went from $1 million to $1.25 million pretty quickly. Originally we started out talking about classrooms and how we could kind of design the ideal learning space. And then it moved to common spaces because the feeling was that everybody should take part. And it's moved around. We've done some, a bunch of different stuff. But a lot of libraries, we did the Johnson Terrace. We took a couple years off because during COVID we had no funding. So we just had to push, well, we had the funding, but we weren't allowed to use it. But we took a couple years off. Now we're in catch-up mode. So we went through Clark, Jackson Via, Burnley Moran, Greenbrier, Johnson Terrace, which we just talked about, the CHS restrooms, which we just talked about, Venable, which is underway right now, and then we're moving into the Walker temporary condition. What that is a small project to prepare Walker for the interim phase where pre-K students will be on site, but the new pre-K center will not be constructed. So there's just some minor adjustments, mostly playground space and outside learning space that need to be made, and other small items. Beyond that, there's the CHS turf field, which needs to be replaced, and we are open to suggestions on how these can be sequenced or whether these are the right priorities. The CHS interior still needs more work. There's the question of should we do another phase of the restrooms, a phase 2 of that restroom project that I showed you earlier. Also, the CHS ceilings are in terrible shape, so it would be nice to replace those. That may be a little bit more than can be managed by one of these projects. We'll see.
Mr. Goddard, I know that the CIP team meets, I guess you have an annual meeting where you go through, is that sort of when does Ms. Powell sort of raise things up to your level and say, hey, these are 3 to 5 things that we really want to focus on in our schools in the next several years, and then there's sort of a negotiation and a conversation about what makes the most sense?
Yeah, that's the second version of that is exactly right. So Ms. Powell and I talk very regularly, and typically what happens is some project will emerge or some need will emerge, and she'll talk to me about the feasibility of it, whether we have some immediate funding for it or whether it needs to be something that goes into a CIP request.
And I'm not wanting to put you on the spot, so feel free to deflect. 1 million seems like not a very big number. 1.25 doesn't seem like a huge number. In your sort of, would you be willing to throw a number in the air of what you think with your current staff and capability? Could you do $2 million a year worth of work? 1.75?
It really
Because the sense I got
depends.
at the school board meeting is there's a definite appetite for not only knowing, it sounds like you do have a good sense of sort of what the bones of these buildings are like.
Oh, yeah.
And what they need, which is great. But is there a way we could do this on a faster cadence and maybe in parallel? Maybe you do 2 projects in a summer if you've got enough staff and enough money.
Sure.
And I'm assuming most of these things are happening during the summer. So you've got all of this, and then we have that at the university. It's very frustrating, but it's how we have to roll.
Yeah, and we're living that life too. It is
Yeah.
very frustrating, but it is how we have to roll.
Yeah.
It's very hard to make any significant intervention in a school without disrupting the education. And we
But
don't
if you
wanna
had
do
if you had 2 million, if I'm stepping on toes, Mr.
It's all right, you're on them.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll just put it
Do I
this
need
way.
to negotiate with Mr. Sanders telepathically right now? I mean,
Let me
is that
frame
where
it
we're
this
at?
way,
I get the
because I
question.
don't.
It's a fair question. Go ahead and ask
Let me
it.
just put it this way. I'm not going to ask you to state something now for the record. I'm just wanting us to
I get it.
think
No.
in the context of a $60 million CIP. Is that what we're tracking?
Not most years.
5-year CIP
5
is what, 60?
Yeah, 100, yeah.
Oh, sorry,
130.
Doy. Anyway, in the context of 5 years at that amount of money, adding another million or two per year to this particular program, it seems like this particular program has a lot of bang for its buck.
It does,
And,
yeah.
one of the things I was really impressed by at that meeting that we had was, even though there's definitely some frustration on the part of the school board about, hey, we need to do more, there was a lot of gratitude with you and your team and what you're able to get done. And so I want to thank you for that. And I just want to say that as far as I'm concerned, when we look at the CIP later, I would like to just see if we could put some more money into this. But I understand that means staffing, that means a whole lot of other stuff. So I don't want to commit anyone beyond that, but that's,
Well, I can give you straight facts.
okay. I like
And-
those.
And
Straight facts.
you all can make decisions,
Yeah.
which is what you're good at. I think doing 2 projects a year would be the absolute maximum we could do. I think it would be a bit of a stretch, but possible.
Okay.
And that this is assuming current staffing levels, which I think are just now appropriate to our charge.
Good.
Which we're still growing into a bit, so we're not quite there, but yeah. I think spending more than $3 million in a summer gets challenging, just
Yep.
given the bookends.
Yeah.
Summers are getting shorter and shorter. There's more and more interruptions. There's
Yeah.
more and more demand from schools to keep doing things. There's also the question of summer school. Approximately half the schools and all of the single cohort schools, if you want to call them. So the ones where everybody's in the same school, there's going to be summer school there every summer. So you got to work around that. Elementary level, half the schools have summer school. You want to work around that.
Plus the contractors you have available.
The contractors you have
fighting with
available, I think there's like 3 people in the city right now, apparently, doing this kind of work or this scale of work. So, yeah, that's the challenge. I think, $3 million, we could spend that in the summer. We could probably do 2. It would be a push.
Okay.
At a certain point, you have to ask yourself questions about, are you pushing over the point where we start to think about replacement?
Sure.
And, replacement's going to cost a whole lot more than $3 or $6 or $10 million per school. So that's a big thing.
And are you having, I don't want to jump ahead of you in the slides, but are you all thinking about those sorts of long-term, I mean, Buford became this big sort of thing because it was a programmatic issue, but it was also like, we can repair this, invest in this facility now. Are you having those kinds of conversations about?
There are different philosophies about buildings, and I don't want to get too philosophical about it, but my position is that there's no such thing as a school that's too old. There's just a school that's underinvested in.
I agree.
So, if we don't want to replace our schools, I personally think that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
That's my professional opinion. Other people are going to disagree and say that there are things that just can't be remedied in a school based on the way things were designed back in the day.
Yeah, the university does renovations in the ancient buildings all the time.
Sure,
so-
sure. I would argue that those are ancient enough that they're actually better buildings than some of the ones that came in the middle, but again, I don't want to get into architectural history here. There's a question of how you go about it, and I think you can either make massive investments in new schools all at once, and then you take care of all the problems all at once, and you rip the Band-Aid off, and that's that, except that there are all these schools around the city. I think schools would say, I don't want to speak for them, but I think they would say they're very happy with the neighborhood elementary model. So it would be a bunch of little schools that we were doing in a row. And there's no economy of scale there.
Yeah.
But I would say that if we wanted to invest significant money beyond the summer bookends into a school to really spruce it up holistically, we could do that. And I think we would have to talk about what that looks like from the school's operations side. I mean, we would
So
have
that
to
would
start.
be basically its own sort of study to sort of lay out a plan. And
It could be, yeah. It probably would be.
then we have the new zoning that's coming on board, which, hopefully we'll have more
There will be a capacity
kiddos running
issue.
around that need to be educated. And
Yeah.
well, I don't want to take us too far afield. I know you've got something you're trying to finish here, but
Well, conveniently, I'm finished, but Crystal is
Okay.
next, so she's got more for you.
okay.
But yeah, there are a lot of ways you can go about it.
Well, I just got the sense more than the sense. I got the clear statement from some of my friends back there at the meeting, and I agree. The church I go to used to meet in Venable. I've been in. My kids went to CHS, and they're showing their age. And I do think you're right. Most of these you could do a significant really it's deferred maintenance investments. Beyond the fact that these, technically would be tricky to pull off in terms of the operations, is obviously the biggest piece is money. If we were to get this 1 cent sales tax, or something were to happen with the state, that would be, I think, a generational sort of investment we could make. But I think somewhere between that ideal and what we can afford right now, we need to come up with as good a plan as possible. And I would argue that for the next CIPs, I hope for the next number of years, we can, if you feel like you've got the staff, if we could increase the amount of money in this particular program, because it seems like it really is a high impact.
Yeah, and I think that's our discussion.
I understand.
Yeah. But I know Crystal is on the, coming up next, but is there any other, I think Brian was pretty comprehensive there, but are there other comments for right now?
The only thing I keep thinking of whenever we talk about improvements to CHS is that we just did it when I was there, and then I realized that was 20 years ago. I have a little personal crisis.
And I don't think we did it all then. We did
Yeah.
some of it, but yeah.
Yeah, I went to French Church at Venable in a cafe, in the auditorium, and most of those chairs and things are just barely together, so. But it's good that they're always in, most of our buildings in use, in the evenings and on weekends, so we can listen to Crystal now? Michael, did you have anything right now? Okay.
Go ahead, Crystal.
Sure. Yep. Thank you for letting me join you this evening. As we know, climate and sustainability is a stated commitment and priority for the city and for CCS. Next slide, please. And as was referenced earlier, Charlottesville has formal climate goals adopted in 2019, 45% reduction by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050. And the good news, which we reported with you earlier this year, is that as of our 2022 emissions inventory, we're tracking towards that 2030 goal with a reduction of about 42% from the baseline. Next slide, please. And this is a slight variation on a graphic you've seen before, but really to sort of emphasize where the emissions in the community are coming from. And so the bottom line is that approximately 60% of the emissions come from the existing built environment, and approximately 30% come from transportation activity. And so as such, any real effective strategies that we can pursue to reduce emissions must focus on these two key sectors, the built environment and the transportation activities. Next slide, please. So the other data point we know is that only about 5% of the total emissions from the Charlottesville community come from the municipal sector. And this is the sector that the city and CCS have an opportunity to directly influence through their capital investments. And so on this slide, I'm sharing with you the following series of priority strategies aimed at those sectors. One is upgrading equipment and conducting retro commissioning, which is essentially ensuring that systems are operating and programming and functioning as designed and intended. And we were able to put in place a design build model of project delivery for energy performance projects. And so just now we're finishing up the project that was funded in FY25. That's a project on City Hall Annex with the IT department. We're currently working on the scope and developing the FY26 project, which is focused on City Hall, Annex, et cetera. But then FY27, there's a project that is currently also being looked at that is CHS focused and very specific to lighting retrofits of that entire facility. Another major investment in an existing school. The other key strategy is on-site clean energy power generation, so solar on our buildings. We have a funding strategy to put solar on KTEC this summer that project should be going out to bid here shortly. And then, as Mike just described, there are new roofs for a series of elementary schools, but we don't currently have funding designated or identified to support the solar installs there. And then besides the on-site clean energy generation, we have the opportunity to enter into solar power purchase agreements. And we have requested a power purchase agreement proposal focused on Charlottesville High School and Charlottesville Middle School. And I'll say something else about that in just a minute. But then the other sector is the transportation electrification. So essentially looking at electrifying our school bus fleet. As many of you know, we submitted for an EPA rebate last year. We were awarded rebates to support 2 school buses. Those 2 buses were purchased in the fall. They're expected to be delivered at about a year from now, so for the subsequent school year. And we just recently submitted applications for rebates to support 2 additional ones, so expanding that pilot to be 4 school buses. And we're currently receiving technical support through the National Renewable Energy Lab to do a school bus electrification transition planning work. So hopefully setting us up in a much better place to understand the needs and the costs and the processes to do more comprehensive fleet transition. And then my last slide, if you would mind going to the next one. These are really for to inform the discussion specifically around solar. These are a number of cost estimates that have been pulled together. Just to, as a reminder, the CIP has historically had a program called City Solar. Annual funding was put into that to support solar deployment, but solar is expensive, and so it's been a long time coming since we had enough funding to support a big project. And so at this time, we have solar going on, currently being installed on the bypass fire station out of that fund. We have a plan to fund the solar project on KTEC. We have some large cost estimates for what it would cost outright to put solar on CHS and on the middle school. And as I mentioned, we have initiated the request for power purchase agreement proposals. And there's a lot that's going to go into reviewing those. There's a number of different levers. There are some questions of feasibility, of implications on the financing. I'm going to let Chrissy speak to that whole piece. But suffice it to say, that is moving so that we have a real basis for decision making. And then the 3 schools at the end of the list here are also the next feasible candidates based on their roofs being replaced in FY 27, 28, and 29. I did want to note that the projects that have a little asterisk next to them could be eligible for potential direct pay or some tax benefits through the IRS under the current, hopefully current to stay conditions. And the other note to make is that we have been working very hard over the past couple of years. For the past 18 months, we've worked on 3 different very substantial federal grant applications to fund installation of solar on KTEC, on CHS, and on the Charlottesville Middle School. And frankly, despite our best efforts, we have not been successful in securing this external funding. And so that's why we are very committed to look at what the power purchase agreement model offers us. But that's really where we stand, is a sort of a total price tag of almost $10 million for these 6 candidate schools. And as of FY 26, there is no further contribution to that city solar CIP program. And that's really the basic information I wanted to share with you for your consideration this evening.
Can I ask
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. Rittervall, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm sorry that I don't understand this terminology or mechanism very well. PPA, power purchase agreement. I guess that is basically you work
Sure.
with Dominion or somebody, and they.
No, I mean, in this case, we would be working with a private developer, and the best analogy is to consider it a lease. So it's essentially a developer designs, installs, owns, and operates the system on a city or school or on a roof. And there is a negotiated rate for the energy that is being produced by that system. And in a perfect world, that is less than the rate that you're paying for the electricity that's consumed from the grid. And so there's a net savings, particularly over the term of that agreement.
So we're leasing to them our roof.
There is a lease component that would come into play as well.
And so that
We are
would be-
leasing in a sense, we're leasing the power, the equipment.
Got it. So that would mean in that case that the costs to do that, the 3.5, would be borne by the private company. Is that the idea?
Correct. And so the private sector can then access some other benefits like the investment tax credit in ways in which they have their own financing strategies for delivering projects like this.
And so that's what you're. That's what you're still working through in terms of what that looks like and what's possible.
We are.
Okay.
And so
All
it
right.
has to do with, there are, like I said, there are half a dozen pretty critical levers that we need to think through before we would bring a proposal forward for consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Are you finished, Crystal?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, so I just a couple of things. First, thanks, Ms. Rittervold and everyone else involved in this. I know that it's complicated work. I'm not trying to put anyone on the spot here, but one of the questions that I had after participating in the school board meeting back, was that before Christmas?
The 19th.
Wow. Last year. Mr. Myers, who's here, he'd worked with, I guess, Kim Powell to work out essentially how much energy these buildings were using, because that energy basically becomes it's a direct hit to their bottom line, as it were. And so the more energy efficient we can make these buildings, the more energy efficient we can make their transportation, that improves, more money can actually go to their programs for their kids, which is great and important. I would be interested, and we don't have to get into it now, but I'd be interested in some validation, I guess, of their numbers versus what our facility staff, maybe what the numbers they showed us came from our facility staff. I don't remember, but I think understanding that and being confident in what those numbers are. And then as we think through potential interventions to lower the cost of doing business basically for them, what are the appropriate rate of returns? Maybe some things that, we could save a whole lot of energy, but the amount that we're going to actually gain, we could invest in something else. So there's more to the story, I know, than just these buildings are old and they leak a lot of energy. But that's part of the story, and I want us to figure out how to be responsive, not in this moment, but in further conversations with the school board in terms of the utility usages of their buildings. So, again, retro commissioning and all the things that we're doing on our buildings and the interventions that we could make might make sense from an investment rate of return ROI perspective, or maybe money better spent some other way. I'm not sure, but I would be interested in that kind of conversation offline.
Yeah, so just to add a few comments, obviously there's a lot of work that's being done, a lot of conversations that have been happening. None of it is easy. There's no free money. There are always decisions to make. Part of what we struggle with through all of these budget development processes is that we try to break these pieces and parts down in small pieces to you all. And so we bring the CIP to you, you look at that. We bring the general fund, you look at that. At the end of the day, it all comes from one big piece of the pie, one big pie. With these types of things, one of the things that we benefit from as a AAA bond-rated city as a municipality is that we fund all of our CIP, with the exception of a few housing projects, with tax-exempt bonds. It gives us lower cost of borrowing, but with that comes strings. So that makes the PPA more complicated. It also makes the tax credits more complicated. It's a lot of work and a lot of detail. The tax credits are generally reimbursement-based, which means we have to come up with the money first, and then wait for the reimbursement. With the change in the administration, who knows? Back in 2010, there was a Build America Bonds program, which were discounted bonds that people could issue bonds, and the Treasury would rebate some of the interest back. We did one bond issue. A lot of cities did multiple bond issues, and then a few years out, the Treasury came back and said, yeah, sorry, we're going to start cutting back that interest. And so cities ended up with a lot of extra interest that they weren't planning to pay for. So all this said, we are in contact with our bond counsel and with our financial advisor. Part of what we do as finance professionals is we try to make the numbers work. That's first and foremost. And then at some point, it becomes a priority decision. Sometimes if the numbers don't work, it's still part of your priority and that's what you want to do. But at the end of the day, I think as Crystal has pointed out in this slide, you know, solar is another $10 million. How does that fare against some of the other decisions that you have to make? And so I know as we talk about these subjects one-off, we have to keep an eye on the big picture, and that's sort of what we're doing in the background.
Sure.
So we will be bringing some proposals. We're looking at all of these options. We're working with Crystal's office. We're working with Mike's office, along with, you know, Sam and his team. And so we will be bringing some decisions back for council, but it is not a quick, decision.
No, I understand. Thank you. And I can appreciate the fact that this PPA piece, how that might be an issue with the bonds and all the rules for that, as well as the IRS note you have there as well. So,
Any other questions or comments on this? This was helpful. I couldn't make it on the 19th, but I had seen this presentation because Brian and I sit on the CIP committee, so I'd seen it before. But it was good to see it again because it's good to know, for the public to know, the relationship between the schools and local government. It's always been kind of, it's always a need in the schools, and because we have old buildings. I think that Charlottesville High School is the last school that we built. Well, we're doing Beaufort now, but it's over 50 years. And so when you have older buildings and things, it just takes more maintenance to keep them up and going in them. And we have always been appreciative when I was on the school board of that open relationship, because when we went to conferences and things like that, that relationship has not been as open. I think I read that the Richmond Public Schools, that over the next 50 years have like $1 billion worth of work. They just have not really done much at all. It's significant investment that they have to make in schools. So it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. So thank you. I know we're still, I think we still have a meeting with.
This was just on the school CIP. Now you have the full CIP.
Yeah, thank you. It was nice seeing it all in a
As a public
tidy
hearing.
one place.
Yes.
Sure.
It's great to see all the progress.
And
Chrissy's going to go into the next item.
okay, yeah.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No problem. So we are going to, tonight, we're going to discuss the CIP draft This draft was presented to the Planning Commission back in December, I think it was. Typically, we've done that as a joint work session with council and the Planning Commission. I know through your change of schedule this year, they've been separate, so we're here tonight to provide the same presentation to council. So, some of the things we're going to talk about, again, is a overview of the draft that is that we're currently working with. We're going to give you some of the Planning Commission. When we kicked off the budget season with you all back in September, the CIP was also kicked off with the Planning Commission to get them to start thinking about it. They provided some input on the CIP at that time, which we worked to respond and have incorporated some of that in this draft. Then additionally, from the public hearing, they have provided further input. We're going to go over both of those items, and then we'll just give you some information on where to get more information on the CIP. So for the draft, I'm sorry, I was only off by about 50 million, Councilor Pinkston. This 5-year plan is about $185 million. 131 million of that is to be funded by bonds. I'm sorry, I'm gonna switch here because I can't see. 50 million of that is cash from the general fund. As well as just a little under 2.7 million is funds that we're going to use out of the contingency. And then in addition, there's about $1 million that'll be coming from schools that they contribute to their small cap program. And then you can see in this budget, revenues need to match expenditures in every year. So for 26, we're currently planning just a little over $31 million. If we were to look at just in terms of expenditures, and if we were to prioritize by the amount being spent, we have education coming in first, with affordable housing coming in second, and transportation and access coming in third. You may remember this is a slight difference from last year. I don't know that this really says anything because this is really just looking at projects that are funded within this 5-year time frame. But affordable housing and education have swapped in this 5-year plan by a small amount. So as we look at the revenues, again, each year, this is a little more detail in terms of what's in there. So we have a transfer from the general fund. This amount is part of our financial policies in which we transfer at least 3% of what we call PAYGO or cash. At least 3% of the general fund is dedicated to go to the CIP. One notable honorable mention here, if you were to compare this revenue slide to the one that we had last year, the cash transfer from the general fund this year is about $1.5 million more than last year. $1.3 million of that is directly attributed to the Carlton Mobile Home purchase, or agreement. And so that is the first time you're seeing this actually in a budget. In addition, we've got the VCF allocation, which used to be housing-related projects that were in the VCF process that we now are funding through the HOPS out of the CHAP, out of the CAF account in the CIP. And then in addition, we made some designations a couple years ago that the cafe permit fees would be used to help offset mall infrastructure repairs. And then, of course, bonds. So if we break this down, as we go through these slides, this is going to, each slide will have a different section. If there's a highlight, that means that there's a change from the 5-year plan in this year versus what it was last year. The HVAC on this one's yellow and red because we are still working with staff. They actually had requested more money here based on cost. We adjusted it based on what we thought we could get into the CIP, but that is still an option of, a item of discussion. Everything else here is exactly as it appeared in the 5-year plan last year, with the exception of FY30, which is new, and these accounts are just continuation of the accounts that we fund on an annual basis, such as the priority projects that
And
we
so
just
the
talked to.
1.25 priority improvement projects, that'd be something I'd be interested in having a further conversation.
About increasing.
Correct.
I have your note.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No problem. Moving on to facilities capital projects. Again, this is just, we have an account for school HVAC projects versus city HVAC projects. Same note, more was requested than what we've put here, but we are still working on that with staff. Otherwise, there are no changes. You'll note that the Climate Action Initiatives account is funded through FY29 at $1 million a year. That is in completion of the 5-year commitment that we talked about when we first put that funding in the CIP. In addition, you'll also notice that the library renovations, which is a joint project with the city and the county, we have a little bit of money in 27, and then we have the rest of the dollars programmed for construction in 29. And that's just a little over $10.5 million project.
Can I,
Well, no.
please go ahead.
While we're on this page, $75,000 in only one fiscal year for the solar photovoltaic program. What's the deal with that?
So that is a account that Crystal mentioned earlier. That's been our recurring account because we are not sure what our solar plans are going to be in terms of PPA, whether we're going to get the tax credits, what other things we might be doing. We have left that right now until we figure those details out, and that will likely be something that changes as we move forward.
So where's $75,000 by?
Well, right now, that $75,000 has been building up, and it's paying for the bypass fire station. It's a couple $100,000. But 75 on its own, I would argue probably not much.
Okay, so at that point, the $75,000 plus amount from prior year.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
Correct.
Does the climate action initiatives, what does that count for? What goes into, where does that money go? What are we spending that on?
So the climate action initiatives was really my consideration on how we looked at last year's 5-year CIP. And I wanted to be able to demonstrate that we were addressing climate council's priority of climate action by demonstrating the funds being made available. Those funds are earmarked for the control by the Office of Sustainability. And Crystal can come back on and speak to anything if you need more detail. But the expectation is that she will deploy this $1 million each year in the most effective and efficient ways to drive our meeting our climate goals as they appear in the work plan, specifically tied to the action plan. So some examples of matching funds to grants that we might secure because there may be a local match. The large grant that she talked about, I think, had a $500,000 expectation that if we got it, we would have had to put in $500,000. It would come out of that fund. It also supports other projects that she's working to help deliver our climate action
Great.
items.
I guess a better way to phrase my question would have been, what are we allowed to spend that
Yes.
on?
It's
It's not a critique of that, I'm just curious.
Yeah,
what
and
it
part
goes
of the expectation was that for the 5-year window, it gives us the period of piloting this, see what really comes of this. If there are projects that come up that we just need to get done and we don't have another way to do it, if there's funds available in that fund, then we would try to tie that there as well.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Any other questions on this slide?
You may have already said this, but the $500,000 for city facility HVAC replacement, so that's apparently something that's somewhat urgent that's come up. Is that why this is in yellow and red?
So it's in yellow and red because they actually asked for more funding than we put in here.
I
So
see.
this is a note to myself and
Okay.
to Sam that and the budget team, we need to go back and look at this. The
Okay.
$500,000 is what we were comfortable getting into this
Okay.
draft right now.
I see. So it
but we're
could go
doing some
up.
more research.
I see.
But to answer your question a little bit more, this is a recurring account that is funded every year that is supposed to be a rolling, rotating account for regular HVAC replacement and maintenance. Those costs have continued to rise, which, like the other things you've been talking about, the funding amounts from previous years don't necessarily cover the cost of what it takes to do that.
Understood.
So,
Yeah, thank you.
It may be just timing, but as you talk about HVAC system here, it's freezing in this building right now. The heat just went off. So, point taken.
Mr. Mayor?
It is chilly.
We can have somebody take a look at that.
No.
This wall is very thin, actually. We're not far from the founding fathers here.
Yeah.
all right, so moving on to the public safety and justice section. Again, the green highlighting, this just means there are change. We are in agreement with what was presented. We have found that particularly with fire apparatus, EMS apparatus, some of those are 40 months out on replacement schedules. And so we've had to, we have basically moved around the dollars to adjust for when can actually receive those replacements. And then the mobile data terminals, those amounts are just increased slightly for inflationary increases for that. Otherwise, there are no other changes here. And many of these accounts are funded at smaller amounts year over year to build up, because we do cyclical replacements and we try to prevent having to replace all of those at one time, where we're looking at $500,000 expenditures all in 1 year.
I'm sorry, I was looking up an old budget, so I missed it if you said what the green meant.
Green is just that we are in agreement. We have made the changes as requested by the departments, and so it's just a notation for you or anyone else that these changed from the 5-year plan last year.
Okay. So whereas yellow is not yet in agreement, but requested, green is requested and agreed.
Correct.
Thank you.
And then I'm going to throw you for another loop on this one.
We got another color?
Because I also have another yellow here, but there's no red, and that means this is a brand-new line item. So, for example, a few highlights on this slide. You'll notice that for years now, we've come to before you and the Planning Commission. We always get comments about, oh, please fund more money for sidewalks, and we've talked to you about capacity and all those things. We are finally there, as you know. Mr. Chambers has been here before you many times, talked about the priority sidewalks list. We are ready to move that work, and therefore the funding is reflected here. So there's a significant increase in dollars that have been budgeted here in the CIP. And then also the ADA transition plan. Again, we're still working through those details, but like Mr. Sanders' comment about climate action, this was put into the CIP as an amount that we thought indicates our commitment to addressing that plan. And we'll be talking about that in more detail with specifics on that. I don't know if you had anything else you wanted to add.
Just that we have to do it, and I've been talking about it forever, and
This
is
is
put
what
your money
we're
where your
talking
mouth
about,
is.
yeah.
To identify what it is that we'll do, and as Chrissy's mentioned, there's more work to do on settling up on what a number is, but we'll get started, and then we'll probably have to increase over time.
Do you mind explaining the difference between the 3 different ADA lines?
Yeah. We're having that conversation. We could have highlighted that in a different color, saying that there's been a request by someone to my right who has said, can we fix the names of these different accounts? They each serve a purpose. They came at different times. They've added confusion, and part of our assessment will be to try to remedy some of that. The ADA coordinator manages, I'm going to get it wrong, the
ADA curbs and sidewalks.
The ADA curbs and sidewalks account is under the control of the ADA coordinator directly. And then Public Works has access to the others. They're all intended to bring forward improvements that touch ADA and are in support of ADA, may not be direct. But we're going to have to clean that up. And this is just over time. We've set aside a recurring account, and we probably are just going to end up consolidating ADA matters into one account. So that's still to be determined.
Thank you.
Okay.
Could I ask just a question on this slide in general? So the smart scale work that's been, that we've pared back or
Yes.
right size, whatever word we want to use, is that reflected here at all, or is that a different source of money?
That's on a different.
That was existing funding that we're just reallocating. So that's a perfect segue to say, you know, some of the things that you see here, keep in mind, these are new dollars. So even though these accounts have existed in previous budgets, they have balances that have carried over. That is where I'm going to make a plug for our Budget Explorer tool. You can actually go in and take a look at these accounts. And so you will see those smart scale accounts. We are working on parsing those out, and we'll have a different dashboard for you to be able to look at those specifically. That's something we're working on with the Public Works team. But there are no new dollars in the CIP that we are requesting for any of those projects, so they're not here.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Was that what you were getting at? Was that the question?
yeah, so work that we're downsizing, right-sizing, whatever word we want to use for it, those funds are being reallocated.
Right, so that's in a separate section, and basically it's moving it around.
Okay.
That's what's happening at this point. We did not get indication from VDOT of any additional local match, which was really what we were striving for.
I see.
Was for them to reset the allocations that they had made to us to ensure that they could cover what was the balance of each account, because many of them were out of budget.
So it sounds like they are going to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we anticipate, so far, everything that we needed to happen has happened.
So we
in
have
our
the money
favor.
for the matches?
Yeah, we still have to get the final approval, and then we have, there's a document for each one of those projects that comes that requires my signature, so that's when we'll know that everything is okay.
And appropriation, so you'll get to see them too.
In February is what I'm hearing from the back of the room.
Got another question. For the small area plans, what do we use those for?
Mr. Freeze?
Maybe what will we use them for?
Yes.
Well, I know we have, you know, there's the cherry one, there was the hydraulic one maybe, and is it a reference point? Does it sit on a shelf? Is it a plan with a call to action? What do we do with them?
So I think if I look at the ones in the past, I'd say each one had somewhat different uses in terms of how they've actually played out on the ground, but all of them were used to inform, for example, comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance. So all of them are adopted by reference into the comprehensive plan and informed aspects of the zoning ordinance. Many of them have been used to inform money spent as part of the CIP. They've been used to support other investments made by the city. They're looked at for a variety of reasons. And how it will be used is actually the subject of one of our upcoming presentations, so I don't want to steal any thunder from our director of NDS.
Okay. Thanks.
But if I hear a little bit of curiosity in there, the intent is that we're not having anything sit on a shelf.
Great.
So that's the point. Whatever we embark on is about actionable. What are the deliverables? How do we fund whatever those expectations are to bring about those things? I would say that the Cherry Avenue plan is a live document in our opinion, and a lot of the conversation that I've been a part of in the past 60 days has been tied to what that document actually says. So I think the point of anything else that we produce going forward will have that kind of expectation.
Okay. What does SIA stand for?
Strategic Investment Area.
Okay.
And that was a separate small area plan-like effort. You have, yes.
I just note, so last year,
We switched.
We changed the purpose. The SIA allocation was originally identified strictly for implementation of projects within the strategic investment area, which is just south of downtown. But we expanded it last year to be used for implementation of any project within a small area plan.
So that's your funding source for
A funding source
A
for
funding source.
projects within small area plans.
Okay. Do we have Is that just, because I know we're planning 5 years out, do we have 5 years worth of things that we need to do, or is this just kind of like keep it off to the side until we're ready for it?
I don't know that we have a specific plan for the, what's that?
I said, it was the second. It's the money being collected over time, as really we needed Kelly in place once I pulled James so that we can settle down and really figure out next steps. So as the future plans come out, the intent is to end each plan with a set of deliverables that we can then use this funding and/or have to come and ask for additional funding to make happen.
And I'll say the current projects still being funded by that are still within the strategic investment area, so we haven't begun the process of expanding it out to the other, small area.
Yeah, I know that when we were talking about, when we were doing the zoning ordinance update, and, we really wanted to dive deep into particular traditional African-American neighborhoods, we just didn't have time and really the capacity, and we said, we're gonna, use these small area plans to really dive deep, work with the neighborhood associations and residents to see what their neighborhood is going to look like. So I hope, I don't plan for them to sit on the shelf, so, but. They won't.
Good, thanks.
Are there any specific investments in the downtown mall that are rise to the level of capital investments?
Not yet.
Okay.
I don't know that we had a.
It's coming on the next slide.
I was gonna say, is it highlighted on the next slide?
Yeah.
I know we talked about it, and
Oh,
there's
okay.
still
Joy,
decisions
I
to
see
be
it right
made.
there,
Yeah.
sorry.
Any more questions on this slide?
Yeah. I just need, for citywide traffic engineering improvements and neighborhood transportation improvements, what does that mean?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Citywide traffic engineering improvements and neighborhood transportation improvements. They're two separate lines. What does that entail?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look them up to get that.
So they've been recurring. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to invite Mr. Chambers up to speak can you speak to both of those?
I think so.
Good, he knows.
So they're two separate line items for two separate purposes. So the neighborhood transportation improvements is sort of the quick builds kind of projects. Traffic improvements, that's signals. So when we need to replace a street light, that's what it comes out of. So two different purposes, similar scale of issues that we deal with, but
And that's separate from the traffic signal infrastructure replacement?
I believe so.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a bigger project.
I mean, we've also used that traffic engineering improvement account. I believe we used that for the Fifth Street study, and some other traffic studies have come out of that account as well.
Makes sense.
Thank you.
I get the note. We'll dig into that a little bit more. I'll get you the
Okay. I know what each of those words means individually, but
I got you.
That's
thanks.
probably not how we're using it, though.
Chrissy, would it be correct to say that those accounts are defined in the Budget Explorer tool?
Yes, in the online budget book tool, there is a page for each one of these projects with more detail. It also links it to the comp plan. It gives you sort of the 5-year look at these numbers here, but it does give you, thank you, more detail on the projects. Anything else here?
For the bike infrastructure line item, is that enough?
For now, it is. We also need. I'm going to say yes. We also have a built-up balance in that account right now. We'll be spending some of that this year on improvements on West Main and Fifth Street. But for now, there's plenty on that balance because it's not just CIP funding that we put in that. We also have permit revenue that we get from VO goes in there. So we have several years of permit revenue from them that's built up in that account as well.
Would that be, so for bike infrastructure, is that just like bike racks, or does that include protected lanes?
Yeah, we're going to be spending a lot of that balance this year on protected lanes on West Main and on Fifth Street, but it also goes towards bike racks and bike parking in general.
How much money do we have stocked up?
It's close to $1 million.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It is?
For bike improvements, that tends to be a lot. A lot of bike improvements tend to be bike racks, paint, kind of cheaper ways of putting in protected lanes. So $1 million may not sound like we're going to get a lot for our money this year, but it is a lot for bike infrastructure.
Okay, because bike infrastructure,
It's not usually concrete.
or if we wanted to make it concrete, it's smaller concrete than a sidewalk, it's smaller concrete than a road and a median.
Yeah, it's something
and
that we
sort
could
of
do
thing.
potentially even off-site and bring it in as a concrete feature. But yeah, usually a smaller scale than a sidewalk project or a streetscape project.
Okay, if you were, so a lot of the money on here is for car infrastructure. If you were given that much money for bike stuff, how would, like, could we spend that? And would we make a transformative difference in our city? Are we able to do that?
We might be able to talk about that more later during my presentation towards the end of the evening. There'll be some opportunities for that, where we'll be looking in the future for doing some more restriping projects similar to like what we're gonna do on West Main this year.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anything else here?
No, thank you. For now.
All right,
Appreciate
moving
it.
on to Parks and Rec. Here is in yellow, a new addition this year, the Downtown Mall Tree Management Plan. Again, this is a very small dollar amount of something we know will be coming back asking you for more money once that plan is fully baked. This is just to get that part of that work done. You'll see some changes here in terms of annual funding amounts. One of the biggest changes is between the tree planting accounts, the hazard and liability ash tree account. You'll see is zero. That was actually at the request of Parks and Rec, as they have moved on from the emergency work related to that into more of a maintenance program, and have asked to reallocate those dollars, which is what you see between the invasive plant removal and also the urban tree planting account. And then the downtown mall infrastructure repairs, that's the offset for the cafe permit fees. You'll see that at the top. And then I'm pretty sure, but I'm speaking off the top of my head now in response to your question. I think we put in just a couple $100,000 last year for some specific repairs to drains and crossings on the mall. So the CIP, even though there's not a lot of dollars here, there are some existing dollars for some other downtown mall work.
Is that gonna get spent anytime?
I think it's out for bid, maybe?
Yeah.
And IFB, yes, ma'am.
And I guess at some point when the Parks Master Plan is done, we'll see some proposals in terms of how that
Yeah, there'll be revisions.
integrates into our CIP.
Yeah, I think so. Two parts, a two-part answer to the beginning part of the conversation, a question you posed on downtown mall. This is, remember, as you said, it was on the next slide, that I have not made a decision yet on what the number is. That's what I'm being pushed to make some decisions on, what dollar amounts go with things that don't have numbers next to them, and the downtown mall is one of those. It's a priority area, but it is not something that I'm finished with yet. And the tree management plan part, that's the first phase. The second phase we're anticipating is probably about 4 times that amount. So there will be definite increases. The question is it FY27 or does it bleed into FY28 even in the capacity and getting the work done? So there's that. I forgot the last bit of what I was going to say.
The Parks Master Plan.
Oh, the Parks Master Plan, we will probably be integrating a number similar to what was done for climate action to show the support, for ADA to show the support, putting in a number here. We got an initial report that gave us some priority things to look at doing, and there's enough there that probably for the next 2 years, there wouldn't be anything about changing our parks. It's taking care of our parks, I think is really where the beginning investments will start.
Okay.
Tracy, could you go back to the slide before? I have answers. because I have angels who are watching, and they're helping me answer questions that I can't answer myself, because that's what a team is for. So the traffic signal infrastructure is about traffic signals only. Ben answered the neighborhood transportation improvements, because that's his area. And traffic engineering is a line item that is meant to cover true traffic engineering broadly. So examples would be sign replacement, pavement striping, traffic count studies, basically anything that supports traffic engineering work that needs to be done to help identify projects and/or make some decisions about what we want to do and can do. So that's what that line item is meant to cover.
Got it, thank you.
Chrissy mentioned, like, I don't know if it was this particular one, like the Fifth Street and improvements and studies that
The
was
study.
done then. It's just ironic that it was a pretty serious accident there this morning.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any more questions on the Parks and Rec? Moving on, technology infrastructure. These are very small accounts. The voting equipment replacement was something we added last year. This was 3 years of pretty small amounts to get to where we actually are required to replace them, I believe is in 2027. The citywide IT strategic infrastructure account is an account that we have used to supplement technology needs during the year for things that may not be in the budget. And then the communications technology, public access, that is offset by the PEG fees that are on utility bills and have to be used for a designated purpose, which we use for our studio.
Note that this subhead is carried over from the prior slide.
Oops, okay, thank you. I will fix that. Affordable housing. Not a lot of changes here from the prior, or actually no changes here from the prior 5-year plan except the addition of FY30. And this is where you will see Carlton Mobile Home Park drop in.
So what do we think is going to be the actual timing on West Haven?
We have not gotten an update at this point. They're still doing the resident-led development work. We will be sitting down with CRHA in the coming month or so to try to get an update on that, because we've already had some feedback that this split of $5 million over 3 consecutive years may not necessarily pan out, and that there might be a need to adjust those figures outward. So we wanted to get clarity on that, because of course this is going to dictate how we sell bonds.
So in the future, for projects like Carlton, can that come from the Housing Affordability Fund for things like that?
No, the Affordable Housing Fund is meant to be a grant fund. So it's just meant for developer partners to come to the city and ask for funding. So that $1.5 million has been the number, I think, since we established the cap.
Well, yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
No, maybe. I'm thinking like if developer wants to build some apartments or whatever, and they can put funding towards the for the Housing Affordability Fund, and instead of building it there, is that?
Yeah, that's the payment in lieu.
Yeah.
James, you want to?
Well, the intention is the payment in lieu from the Affordable Dwelling Unit ordinance is going to go into the CAF and be administered the same way as the CAF.
I see. It's going to go into. Okay.
So it just increases the pool of grants that can be made. If it were about, that's a great question, because the question ties into one of the things that I wanted to speak on. There was a request that came up in the Planning Commission's consideration of the CIP that there be a line item, when the term was a strike fund, that was to be identified, that would make it possible for us to go after a project opportunity as they arise. Carlton is an example of the most recent one. I have resisted identifying a strike fund and picking an arbitrary number and just saying, that's what we got. We don't know what's going to come. We don't know when it's going to come. Our practice has been, and I think we should be able to live within that practice of when we have a surplus, the first action that is requested is that we move the surplus into the CIP contingency. The CIP contingency is the strike fund. That is its purpose. It's available for us to fill gaps for projects that already are identified in the CIP. It helps us determine if there's something new that we might want to do just because something big has happened or we're anticipating it. And that, in my estimation, that it accounts for an example of another housing development coming available that is affordable today but might not be tomorrow. We want to figure out how to be a part of that. We manage our CIP contingency for that purpose. That's ultimately what I would suggest.
Yes.
And that is in keeping with our financial policy, which says anything above our minimum fund balance automatically sweeps to the CIP. So that's really why that policy is in place. And then just one note on the CAF, that is where we added the $575,000 from VCF programs. So that funds, that is the competitive HOPS program comes out of that as well. Anything else here?
Competitive hops comes out of the
CAF.
Okay. Yeah, in terms of the low barrier shelter that we're contemplating at this point, Jerry, is that reflected in here, son?
It is not.
Okay.
The initial allocation that we gave to the Salvation Army was ARP funds, so that $3 million is already accounted for and paid.
Okay.
The operating support would be on a different list. That would be a part of our contractual agreements, should we go forward and do that. The offset to the Salvation Army would be in the form of a grant as well. It would be on that contractual list because that would be an agreement. So those items would appear there. If we were to construct anything and anticipate construction over a period of time, would be the only reason it would appear here. So at this moment, that's not the recommendation.
Makes sense.
I would just add whether it's in the CIP contingency fund and known that affordable housing is important. However it's labeled, I don't think matters, but I do think it's important to try to plan and in some way earmark money for housing sales when they become available, because we know that will happen. Particularly 2026, I think, is our largest and last significant low-income housing tax credit property that will be expiring in 2026 at 200 units. So some sort of planning for that as best we're able to not, only be thinking about it at the last minute would probably be best.
I'll say that there is a strategic advantage to it being in the CIP contingency where it's actually joined by other money that's for other purposes, so that we're not revealing how much money we have available to buy anything. If we put a strike fund item in the CIP, anyone who pays attention to the CIP then knows what we have available. So it's also meant to not divulge prematurely.
Yeah, I don't know how much the label practically matters, but obviously as a practical political matter, there will be a lot of competing wants for any contingency fund. So it's kind of how do you prioritize, is anything up for grabs or is a portion of it definitely that?
Yeah.
And all those items come before council, so before anything can be spent out of the contingency, so. To your
To
point,
Michael's
you have an opportunity to weigh in on that.
But it is.
To Michael's point, are you suggesting, Councilor Payne, do we increase the contingency? Would that be the percentage that we're funding contingency?
Yeah, I mean, that's one mechanism to do it. I mean, I guess it's a political decision for council. I mean, again, as a practical matter, a lot of times the dynamic is just kind of like whatever investments get to us first is kind of what gets spent from the contingency fund.
What is our contingency? Is it a certain percentage?
So we do not currently budget any dollars. We have not. We have in the past. We have not, as of late, for many years, budgeted any dollars to the contingency. We have used our surplus dollars, which to that end has been, pretty sizable millions of dollars that have gone into the contingency fund. Our policy is that we put 3% of cash into the CIP. With that fund balance policy and the money we're putting into the contingency, we're more in the 5 to 6% range for cash that we're making available for the CIP. So there's not a specific dollar or anything. It's just, it's what's left of your surplus.
And I would guess, like, immediately, I don't know, but I would guess that even just putting a significant amount of this most recent surplus into the CIP contingency would be enough to cover that. Like, it's just how we would prioritize spending it.
Yep.
But if we kind of knew ahead of time, we're thinking about specific housing opportunities as a portion of that, I think probably even that would be enough, but.
Did you have a question?
I mean, we're not really talking about this. The surplus is not the main theme of today, but.
Oh, it's coming up. You're going to hear about it shortly.
Since we're talking about the affordable housing and, purchasing opportunities as they arrive, do we, what, can you remind me the rule is for what we pay usually, like, ignore the surplus, but what's our standard rule for paying off debt service?
For paying debt service or for issuing debt for housing projects?
For paying.
So our debt service dollar amount is the first dollar that we typically budget for, to be quite honest, in terms of expenses. We have a debt service fund, which has a fund balance in that ugly chart that we talk about that I love and everyone else hates. It tracks sort of that fund balance and shows you what our annual debt service is. We try to level off those transfers from the general fund to debt service. One rule of thumb is we could just budget in the general fund what your annual debt service is that year for any given year. We are fortunate that we thought ahead and we started building up a fund balance ahead of knowing we'd be issuing more debt, so that we could not stress the general fund so much. With our bond issue this year for the Buford project, that bond issue alone increased our debt service by $2.8 million just for that bond issue. So we know from that chart that we need to continue increasing that by about $1 million a year to keep up with the debt we have issued and we plan to issue with this plan. So I'm not sure I answered your question.
No, I'm remembering some conversation from last budget cycle where you were like, we have a rule of thumb that like 17%.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Our policy.
Yes.
Yes. So we have a debt policy that says that our debt will not exceed 10% of our general fund with a target of 9%. And that's sort of what we define as our debt capacity. When we first started talking about the Buford project, that was a big deal. We were going to surpass that percentage. We had big real estate assessment increases, which raised our general fund, which brought that percent down. And so we don't really talk about that as being much of a problem now because our general fund has grown. But it's now affordability. And can we, we can issue all the debt in the world, but can we afford the annual payment is really where we're focused. And we'll be talking a lot about that in the upcoming budget cycle.
Okay, because that was kind of background for me to know if my next question was valid, but are we considering paying anything down with the surplus? Like, the Carlton Mobile Home Park was kind of a sudden surprise expenditure. Is that something that's under consideration?
I'll say it's on the list. The list is very long. It's on the list, but part of what I'm attempting to do is to get deeper into the budget and try to settle on the things that still need to be decided on, determine are there any things that can be pulled out that there might be a one-time application for that would go on the list, and then leave room for, I would say, coming back to Councilor Payne's suggestion of as long as we have enough in the CIP contingency, then part of what I would do is put a number there and say, okay, that's for strike ability. So that would be an item on the list. But there's still work to be done in that space. It's a sizable surplus, good and bad, because I have to acknowledge both. But the goal would be to discipline myself in what I would even consider based on what the staff has asked for and what they've identified as their needs.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so that's all the categories. That's basically a preview of, and to be clear, I think we've talked about this enough. This is still draft. We're still working through some things. So, the CIP that will come before you when the city manager presents his budget in March will likely look a little different. There'll be some changes here, but this is the draft we're working from. And so, as I mentioned, I'm going to go through these pretty quickly. When we kicked off the budget process with you all, the CIP was also kicked off with the Planning Commission back in September. At that time, they were asked to think about some things and to provide some consideration and some input ahead of this draft. This was their list. I'm going to go through each one of these pretty quickly and let you know how we responded to that. So the first one was to provide additional funding for multimodal transportation. Their comment was that sidewalk funding needed to be restored and increased. So for this budget, we added an additional $4.2 million for the construction of new sidewalks based on the priority list. We added $2 million a year for a total of $10 million for ADA, to remediate ADA barriers. And we continue our commitment to CAT by increasing the investment by $1.8 million from the general fund. And we are participating in discussions for the regional transit system and CARTA. Their second item was funding for community infrastructure to allow for implementation of the comp plan. This includes utilities and transportation. Again, as I mentioned, if you take a look at our online budget book, each project is linked to the comp plan, the relevant chapter and goals of the plan. The current draft also includes $6.8 million in related transportation and access projects. And further, the city-owned utilities, that's gas, water, wastewater, and I should have added stormwater here, are shown and funded separately. They're not in this plan, but they're part of the rate study and those fund budgets that are presented to you in the spring. Feedback item number 3, the smart scale projects, to provide adequate funding to complete those projects. The city manager confirmed with VDOT that a series of changes to those programs include canceling 2 projects, revisiting the scopes of 2 projects, redistributing previously awarded funds in the current portfolio. All of those things we talked about earlier, and those actions will be coming to you in more detail. I think there was a report given to you on the December 2nd meeting. In addition, the Transportation Board in January is making it possible. This was all the work to reallocate the dollars, correct? Yeah. And then council will consider reallocation of funds at the CTV's action in January or February. So that's coming. Item number 4, provide the human capital needed to accomplish the funded projects. Assessment of staffing needs was done in 2024, which resulted in 4 additional project manager positions, which have all been filled. The city completed a reorg of the Public Works Department, which included the addition of the deputy director, additional project manager that specializes in right-of-way, and we merged all the project management teams into a single facilities development team, which works on all of those projects. Item number 5, downtown mall initiatives. The CIP includes 3 projects related to the mall, which we talked about. That was the infrastructure account, which is funded by the cafe permits, the downtown active life tree management cycle, the active life cycle tree management program at $100,000 a year, and then also the money for the downtown mall management plan as sort of seed money, which we'll be working on that some more as well. Item number 6, continued commitment to affordable housing and support homelessness needs. FY '26 includes $12.7 million for affordable housing and just under $52 million for the 5-year plan. And then, as you know, the city manager has been leading community interventions discussions with you to include homelessness and potential uses of ARP funding to address those needs. And then we had a public hearing, which went through the same presentation that you have gotten tonight. We had this with the Planning Commission. That is part of their formal action. They actually provide a written recommendation to the city manager for consideration as part of the plan. This is fairly new. We have, with the holidays and others, we have not had a chance to dig in on this a lot. This is part of what we're working on now. But there are a list of other things that included increased funding for the Strategic Housing Fund, to create funding for the school comprehensive facility plan, to increase funding for city and school solar PV programs, to increase funding for school maintenance lump sums, reduce funding for school priority improvement projects in the out years, create line items for safe routes to school implementation at the requested amount, identify sustainable funding for urgent transportation improvements in the out years, and to create a funding line item for large affordable housing expenditures with a competitive program for selection in the out years. So again, we are working through these recommendations, and you'll likely see some changes in the final copy or the final plan that comes to you in March.
So 2 points that I want to make in regards to the feedback that is identified here. There were multiple references to changes to the funding relationship with schools that came out of this conversation. It was, to witness that meeting was a bit awkward. I think even we saw that the planning commissioners froze at one point, feeling like they didn't know enough about the matters to potentially weigh in, and then ended up holding back a little bit. I think what was clear to me in that moment is that it's best that we have the schools conversation directly with schools. I think that's the reason why the superintendent and I added the December 19th meeting, because we thought that was a better engagement for you as the council to meet directly with the school board, hear from the superintendent and the school board, and let that be the conversation. Because as Chrissy has pointed out, it's a much bigger pie that we're talking about. You can't really separate that. You can't talk about sustainability issues without talking about the need for ESL teachers. We got to talk about all of it. We got to talk about all of it together. We've got to prioritize, and we've got to make sure that when you're deliberating about what it is that you want to do and pulling a tax lever for this larger community, that you've taken everything into consideration. So that's just one reflection moment that I got from watching the Planning Commission meeting and wishing that I could have been there and said, stop, let's not do this. Let's let this conversation happen in the best form. The second thing is, the second to the last item was about identifying sustainable funding for urgent transportation improvements. I did not add a line item and have not requested an item to be labeled urgent infrastructure. Mr. Chambers is going to speak to you tonight, delivering on a request that I made of him and the team to figure out some things that we could do back in the fall to just really grab hold to what are the projects at the top of our list that we have a safety component and are doable. Let's figure those things out and let's get them done. Let's get them done as quickly as we possibly can, and I will figure out where the money can come from to pay for those things. That was not an indication that we're going to have an ongoing urgent list. Everything on the list is urgent. The goal is to simply identify what we're going to tackle right now, and we'll hear from him a little bit later as to what the time period, and then we're moving on. The list is the list, and we'll prioritize and work it from the top of the list down. So that's it.
So that pretty much wraps up my presentation. Again, we had two, this will now be our second public hearing that we've had on this draft. We had one with the Planning Commission on the 10th, one with you all tonight. All those recommendations will go before the city manager and will be wrapped up into a proposed CIP that will be delivered to you on March 4th, I think it is. Just want to remind you of a few tools that are out there. Our Budget Explorer tool is actually directly from our financial system. It gives you the ability to, it's updated quarterly. It also gives you the ability to look at projects. You can see balances that have carried forward with new budgets. You can also sort those projects by projects that are, I think it's 10, 20, 50, and then 100% spent. So you can slice and dice the list a little bit more. The online budget book provides you with detailed pages for all the projects that are in this plan, as well as the comprehensive plan, which you're all very familiar with. And then just a reminder, we try to put all this stuff and keep our budget webpage up to date. So all of the presentations and things that throughout all the work sessions are available out there on the budget webpage. And just a few important dates. You've seen this before, but we will, as I said, deliver the budget to you on March 4th. We'll have 4 work sessions. One of those work sessions, I think it is the 27th, will be on just the CIP specifically. We'll also have 2 public hearings, one on March 17th, which will be on the tax rates, and then one on April 7th, which will be on the budget. And then we'll have a community budget forum on the 20th, and you all will adopt the budget April 14th, just one day under the deadline for the city code. So we do not have a lot of, last year we kind of stretched it out. We really do not have any room this year to move any of these dates, so.
So no wild last minute suggestions?
Please.
I'll get ahead of the game.
Yes, and that's it. So any questions, happy to help with those. But otherwise, that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We're going to move on to the next item. We have several.
So I think it's a public hearing.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry. I will now open the public hearing for the CIP.
Good evening. It's fun to be on this side of the dais for public comment.
Yes.
My name is Emily Dooley, and I am the chair of the Charlottesville City School Board. I'm here tonight on behalf of my colleagues. Some of them are here in the room with me, as well as the roughly 4,500 students, constituents of yours, and their tax-paying parents. We're grateful for our partnership with you, our city councilors, and we're thankful for the significant, yet overdue, investment in the reconfiguration and rebuilding of Charlottesville Middle School. I appreciated the photos that Mr. Goddard presented earlier. If you haven't had a chance, check out the packet from our school board meeting earlier this month, where you will see some even more updated progress photos. We're also really excited to see a future commitment to the creation of a centralized preschool center at the Walker Elementary site. All of this effort does not go unnoticed. Thank you. You may have heard, or if you haven't, you likely will soon, that we are in the process of undergoing a significant rezoning study for our elementary schools. Similarly to the middle school construction, this is a project that is long overdue. Rezoning of this scope hasn't occurred in over 50 years. And it's driven in large part because of the concentrated development of housing that's occurring in specific areas of our community. We can't not do this. To ignore this rezoning effort would result in really intense overutilization of a few of our school buildings. One request that I'm making tonight is to consider including a member of the school board on the planning commission, even in an ex officio capacity, as the work that this group does directly impacts the population that is attending our schools. We used to have a role on the Housing Advisory Committee as well. When that group was reconstituted in the last few years, our position on that committee went away. And we can't plan for the future and how our buildings are going to be used unless we know what is coming. A lot has been said tonight about the CIP priority projects line item. Thank you, Mr. Pinkston. We would really love to see that amount go up. It's been stagnant since 2020. In regards to operations, we're currently operating Buford Middle School as a massive construction project is taking place, and so I don't want to speak on behalf of Dr. Gurley, but I think we could make efforts to assist or to make sure that operations continue if we can have the money to accomplish more projects. From a general perspective, it's difficult to hear about such a significant budget surplus when we've gone through several budget cycles, presenting to you a needs-based budget that hasn't been fully funded. And so I'm interested to hear the conversation later this evening and in future meetings about how that money might be used. So we look forward to ongoing conversations. Another joint work session that wasn't mentioned earlier is February 10th. So we look forward to continuing to work with you to fully fund our schools.
Thank you, Emily. Anyone else like to speak?
Was that packet from the meeting on the 9th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no other speakers, I hereby close the public hearing. There's no vote on this item tonight, but we'll consider the feedback of the questions and your comments, Emily, so thank you. The next item is the Human Rights Ordinance proposed amendment. This is the first of 2 readings, and Todd will present.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity to present once again amendments to our Charlottesville Human Rights Ordinance. Hope you had a chance to look it over, had it for a little bit of time. This round of amendments is not nearly as comprehensive as the previous ones that we presented, but again, essential for us to enter into the work-share agreement with federal government, also known as the Fair Housing Assistance Program. So let me jump in here. That's why we're here, just making some minor adjustments. We've presented it, I think, twice now to HUD with amendments. They brought us back a few sort of minor changes that we could make, and they said, this time we guarantee, they did a much more comprehensive informal review for us, and they said, if you do these, this should get it through the screening process for the Fair Housing Assistance Program. The main things that we changed were in the sections here highlighted. We needed to make a certain investigation procedures substantially equivalent to fair housing law, just with a few tweaks. They noted that we had to change a few things to make the process not unnecessarily burdensome for entry for complainants. And they also needed us to ensure that all the decision-making was happening in-house with regard to complaints. The next piece there, section 2-439.1 refers to the procedures that the commission engages in around public hearings. We had to make a few changes in those. And then ultimately, the last section there, 2-443, to ensure that there's judicial review and no waiver of any other legal rights as part of our process. So I'll go through those really quickly section by section, but again, not too in detail here, but if you have questions at the end or in the middle, please let me know. Again, we try to make our 3 enforcement sections, our housing section, employment section, and the section that applies to credit, private education, and public accommodation read procedurally the same. The housing section is always a little bit bigger, but we started with the employment section, just changing the changes we had to make to the housing section. We also made to the employment section so that procedurally they're similar. Again, the big one was removing undue burden on complainants, some minor revisions just to make it more readable, and then we had to make a big change to the subpoena clause, which is required for the housing, but we wanted to make it consistent across all sections. It just expands the power, gives the ability for us to actually petition for subpoena directly rather than going through the city attorney's office, which was a requirement by HUD. So similar things happening in the housing section here, removing that burdensome language, also modifying the clause about agency-initiated complaints, which is something that's allowed in federal law. We wanted to be able to make sure that we mirrored that in our ordinance. Just a few time frame considerations they wanted us to change. Again, a little reorganization, and again, that big subpoena clause allowing us to be able to ask directly for subpoena from the court. And then we had to make a very clear distinction what services that we can contract out versus remaining internal, really, we can only contract out anything related to mediation and informal dialogue. All of our investigative intake, decision-making processes around the final determination on complaint, all has to be done in-house under this requirement for substantial equivalence. Again, here's that other section that enforces public accommodation, credit, private education. The same three things that we changed in the employment section, we changed here, again, to match procedurally. Last, we modified the section that applies to the commission and their hearing procedures. Just to mirror the language in federal code, we used administrative as a descriptor for the hearings rather than public hearings because they are specifically administrative hearings. And it was important that we clarify that when there's a reasonable cause finding in a housing case, it has to have a public hearing or administrative hearing by the commission. In other cases, they vote as to whether or not to hold a hearing. And for the commission as well, we had to amend the subpoena clauses to provide that they could directly petition for a subpoena from the court. Last, we had to add this section about no waiver of other legal rights. Again, just to meet substantial equivalence requirements, we have to say that nothing in our ordinance prohibits people from pursuing other legal remedies for their complaint. And that is, in a nutshell, the whole thing. Pretty fast that time. But if you have questions, I know there's a lot of little details in there that you may have questions about. Happy to answer them if you have any.
Any questions?
Just seems pretty procedural. I'm curious, you moved forward with this, kind of what would be the time frame you think you would be able to enter into the ESPIC agreement? And are the people who are working in that office, how long are they?
Yeah, you ask a great question. I mean, so we previously, when we pushed the last amendments through, we had a deadline of getting it in for a formal review in October, and we made that deadline. They did the review. They came back to us and said, make these few changes. We'll consider you in the process already, so just get that back to us as soon as possible, and we'll have a quicker formal review turnaround. And we had much more access to their legal counsel this time to talk about what our proposed changes were, so I feel like there's no question about we've got it solid this time. And you know, that was the thing they had said too, is if you can get it in before the administration change, all the better, because they're looking at an uncertain future as well. But I am in pretty regular contact with the current director of the FAP program. You know, once this is passed, I'll get it straight to her, and then we'll talk about timeframes. But yeah, no definite timeframes from her yet, but an assurance that they would move with all alacrity to get it done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments on this?
So I'm generally, as is well known, prefer to go through the second reading and all the rest. I wonder though, based off the statements you just made, would it be helpful to do this in one go? Do we have that capability? If it's 5 out of 5, can you help me remember, Madam Clerk?
4 out of 5.
I don't know if there are any other regulations regarding this type of amendment. We do have the attorney online.
If it were, the final vote happens 2 weeks from now, is that okay in terms of your schedule?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, we had this originally on for the 6th, and then obviously the snow changed everything. So we're kind of past where HUD had advised us to get it done. Obviously, any speed we can put on it, great, but I can't say based on what changes will happen.
Whether it would make any difference or not.
Yeah,
Okay.
at this point, I don't know.
Yeah, it could be something where that can happen in 2 weeks.
Usually general ordinances for the city can be passed with a 4/5 vote. I don't know HUD's requirements. I don't know if there are other strings with this.
Understood.
Right.
Could be a
there
requirement
should
on their part that it actually goes through to.
They wouldn't have that expectation. They just want indication, certified vote.
Yeah.
I mean, would we be, safe to just move forward with a motion to waive the second reading and pass it on a 4/5 vote?
Yeah.
If so, then I would
Sure,
make
call.
that motion.
Second that motion.
Okay. Can we vote? The motion passes for the zoning.
We pulled an Oshrin.
Yeah, yeah.
Remember that next time.
Thank you so much, the human rights ordinance.
Thank you all.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
Thank you. Now we have a resolution to establish the dates and the times for the meetings for the calendar year of 2025. Something, we have to
Yeah.
read it, okay.
Can I just move that we adopt this, or do we need to read the dates out?
If there are no dates for consideration of changing or eliminating?
No, I mean, things always come up, but right now I think that they're fine.
Yeah.
I would move the resolution establishing days, times, and places of regular meetings of the Charlottesville City Council during calendar year 2025.
Second.
Second, can we vote? Okay,
This is for the next time.
we're all set for 2025. Now we're under general, we're now under general business, and Sam will present.
So the next item is in reference to the FY24 financial audit results. I knew that Mr. Cullinan, who you just saw on the screen, actually standing there, is going to speak to us in just a moment, but I wanted to highlight for the public, you're seeing on the screen a memo that I requested from our Director of Finance to speak to the results of the audit, meaning the surplus, and add context to the source of the surplus. So he's going to walk us through this particular memo. So counselors have received a copy in person, but also we have it displayed here on the screen for those to watch and look at. All right, Mr. Cullen, you can take it.
Thank you, Sam. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Chris Cullinan, the city's Director of Finance. This item is actually a report. There's no action to be taken at this point. And in some ways, this is a continuation of the report that we made at your last meeting in December, where the city's auditors gave a verbal confirmation of an unmodified or clean opinion regarding the accounting and reporting of the city's finances for the fiscal year 2024. They have since issued written confirmation of this opinion, and we've completed all the required disclosures to various regulatory agencies and have published the annual comprehensive financial report. It's available on the Finance Department's webpage, and hard copies are available upon request. We've also submitted it to the Government Finance Officers Association for their annual Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting program. And so the fiscal year 24, the general fund ended with approximately $22.4 million in excess of the 17% fund balance policy. This represents approximately 9.8% of the adopted FY 2024 budget. And so the memo that you have in front of you is a little deeper dive that Mr. Sanders requested in looking at, sort of what makes that up, driving a little bit more to the why and some of the reasons for the results that we see. And in some ways, it's similar to what we've seen in the past. Generally speaking, revenues performed better than expected. Expenditures were less than budgeted. On the revenue side of things, general fund revenues were approximately $12.5 million over budget. The big drivers for this number you see here are sort of, for lack of a better term, sort of the usual suspects that we see in given years. Obviously, the real estate tax revenue is the largest source of the city's overall revenues for the general fund budget. We continue to see a very robust real estate market, and so those revenues came in a little bit higher than expected. Interest income, this is continuation from last year to the extent that the city has benefited from higher interest rates. When the city treasurer invests our idle cash, it generates interest income. And so with those higher interest rates, we've received more than we expected. This is a good example, I think, of what, when we talk about one-time, we treat surpluses as one-time events. This is actually a pretty good example of this. Obviously, interest rates beyond our control, very unpredictable. We would not want to build a budget around rosy interest rate projections that could certainly lead to longer term issues. And so, so this is an example of when interest rates are higher than expected and it generates additional revenue, we see that come here. Again, personal property tax, business and professional licenses, meals tax, sales tax. Again, these are all indicators of a robust local economy. These are all locally sourced, locally generated revenues. And again, these are the big ones which drive that bigger $12.5 million figure in terms of the revenues. Remy, if you want to slide down to the next page there. Thank you. And so as I mentioned, expenses were less than budgeted to the tune of about $9.2 million under budget. And much of this was a result of savings in salaries and benefits being under budget. Some of this is the result of, as the organization continues to make efforts to attract additional workers to fill vacancies and retain those workers, those efforts are still underway. One point that I would make in looking at these numbers is keep in mind, this budget began in July of 2023. So we're almost looking back 18 months plus as to when these numbers started to become reality. That was before Mr. Sanders was even city manager. That was when Mr. Rogers was still here. And so to the extent that some of the changes that Mr. Sanders has made in the organization, some of the reorganization, some of the things that you've heard about already this evening, those were not fully realized in that fiscal year. Those are things that were still evolving through FY24 and have continued into the current fiscal year. And so, so salaries and benefits is the largest sort of single thing that we can point to in terms of line items that were under budget. But then there's a secondary effect. If positions aren't filled, some of the other consumables that person would have used in their job are also not spent for. So there's also a sort of a secondary effect in terms of some of the non-personnel line items that were under budget. And you see below some of the larger departments that were under budget. Again, most of these, but not all, were the results of savings from salary and benefit savings. And again, it's the larger departments, as one might expect to see, that were driving some of that. One of the other things that has also been sort of unique to the last few years, this is point number 3 on this memo. For lack of a better term, I think we've seen some recycling of past budgets. And what I mean by that is, as it's been discussed this evening, the policy is to set these funds aside, one-time monies for one-time uses. Our financial management policy states that should go to the CIP contingency. However, there are years when there are other investments, other needs on a more operating level that are one-time in nature, but are germane to a specific department. And so what we've seen a little bit, we saw this last year. This year, for me, when I was actually going back to the numbers, it jumped out to me a little bit more. You see down below here, some of the decisions that were made a year ago regarding the FY23 surplus, we put some of those monies into department budgets for specific things. And you see some of these examples here. And just to be very, very clear, this is not in any way, shape, or form a criticism or anything of these specific things. These are clearly things that these departments have been doing, clearly things that were needed. But what we've discovered is when we add these monies back into departments, these departments already came in under budget already. And so again, it's hard to know, halfway through the fiscal year where you're going to end up in a particular budget. But these departments ended up under budget, and so these funds just sort of added to that. So again, sort of, as I said, sort of a recycling of some past surpluses that we see here. And then point number 4 here, just to maybe zoom out a little bit and look at, kind of what our experience has been for the past few years. As you look at, for the past, 6 fiscal years back to 2019, you can see there's been something of a change. Something's changed in, these results. But if we think about the last 6 years, at the risk of making the understatement of the year as early as January 21st, a lot's happened, both in the world, both in our community, in our organization. There are still some things that, we're still trying to get our heads around in terms of what the changes that maybe COVID made in terms of some of our revenues. We're still trying to figure some of those things out because, again, we do budget conservatively. We have a history of that. We take a very pragmatic view of things, and we want to see some trends before we start making some significant changes into the kind of projections that we made on the revenue side, and then expenditures as well. Again, over the last number of years, there's been some significant changes all throughout the organization, from the city manager all the way down on the lead team, and so those obviously affect continuity, initiating things, getting programs done, keeping them going, those sorts of things. So so when I put my analyst hat on and I try to look at these last few years, it's difficult to figure. It's difficult to point to one specific thing or a handful of things. There are trends that we see, but it is difficult to suss out some of the specifics. Because again, there's just been so much change, both at a global level, but also at a very micro level too, in terms of the city organization. And so, be happy to answer any questions you might have about some of these items. Looking ahead, as I mentioned, this is just a report, and your next meeting in February will actually be the year-end appropriation, which will include this item as well as a few other housekeeping items that we do at the end of every fiscal year to close the books. We'll also have a public hearing as well, just based on the amount of money. And Mr. Sanders has already tipped his cards, and that the recommendation is going to be that we follow the city's financial management policy and that the surplus go to the CIP contingency. And certainly tonight, for the last hour and a half, you've certainly had a very robust discussion about the city's capital needs in the next few years. And so that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any question, Lloyd?
Yeah, Mr. Cullen, the question that I've got is maybe something that is not capable of being readily answered right now, but maybe need to think a little bit about. Clearly, I should preface the question with another question. That's, to what extent was let's say the $22 million or the $21 million surplus in 22 and in 23, to what extent were those surpluses a function of having been too conservative on budgeting for the revenues?
So in 22, it definitely was. That's the COVID rebound year, and so that's coming out of that budget. Again, keeping just the timing of these things in mind. For example, we're considering right now the FY26 budget, but the final results of that won't be known for another 18 months. And so obviously, and we think back to times of COVID, it was very difficult to sometimes see sort of a week or two ahead at times. And so
Right.
when the FY22 budget was built, I can say with certainty that we definitely were on the more conservative side as it came to revenues, and then saw as vaccines rolled out, pandemic closures ended, we saw that rebound. And so in that year, I can say for sure. The last 2 years, 23 and 24, we have seen, similar strong performance on the revenue side. I would argue that the revenues are actually, we're getting better at that and getting those numbers to what I would say, if you were to ask, my professional opinion about how close should you be to budget, I think for a budget of our size and complexity, 5% is a reasonable number. But as you can see, we're at 9.8 in FY24, 10.2, 11.9. And again, if you look further back into 2019, 2020, you see those numbers more kind of along the lines that I just described. And so I think on the revenue side, we're getting a better understanding of that. It's the expense side that I think still is a bit of a conundrum as to the issue of hiring, retaining, keeping people, those sorts of things. But again, as I mentioned, these results go back to the time before Mr. Sanders was city manager, has put his management team in place and gone about stabilizing the organization. So I think, that given time, we'll see those percentages get back down to more of, like I said, what we've seen traditionally in the past.
Well, I guess what I'm thinking is the real estate tax revenue, I don't have all of the numbers from our debate from last year in mind, but the real estate tax revenue being $3.5 million more than what was budgeted feels to me like it's essentially what we get in any year when there has been, say, a 6% or a 7% growth in the real estate tax base, simply because our second half payment, the second half of our fiscal year is going to be based, that payment in June is going to be based upon the reassessment that will have taken place in January. And so having that $3 million there is not terribly surprising, and it would probably be poor fiscal management to assume that we're always going to have a 7% or more growth in real estate rates.
I agree with all the things that you just said. Again, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe we collect about $90 million a year. So you're talking $3 million on a $90 million number. And then the other thing to keep in mind is that we have a very dynamic real estate market. And so to keep those, the market tends to outstrip the assessments by some margin. We obviously try to keep those as close as possible as we're required to, but there is a little bit of a lag. And then new construction and some of those things, we do find ourselves usually having a little bit better results on the real estate side than we usually do. But you also hit on one thing as well. I didn't know how deep we wanted to go on this conversation, but one of the other things that, a challenge that we have for Ms. Hamill and for the budget team is that for some of these revenues, they don't fit neatly with the budget calendar. We usually at least have a 2-month lag in terms of reporting from the state on things like meals tax, sales tax, some of those sorts of things. We're getting ready to get the new assessment number in the next week or so. I believe it's business and professional license, that information that Mr. Divers gets, I think usually comes in March. And so, again, the timing of some of these things don't match up neatly with the planning for the budget. And then by the time Mr. Sanders needs to present it to you and we need to go through the adoption process. So that's always been a challenge. But again, with some of these other sort of dynamic things in place, it can make that a little more challenging.
Well, I guess what I'm really trying to get at is, as we're looking at the numbers of $11 million over general fund revenues from the 6 taxes, the sales tax number less than $1 million over seems to me to be within anybody's tolerances at that point. And that's actually fairly close. The other numbers, I don't know what the amount is that they would be up. Personal property tax, though, would seem to have been up rather substantially. B-poll taxes up substantially, and you say that's mainly a function of the healthy economy. The issue that I'm thinking about right now is what percentage increases do you believe is going to be appropriate to assume when constructing your revenue estimates for this coming year? Are we going to assume a 1%, 2% kind of pro forma increase, which would seem to me to be probably pretty safe? But on the other hand, I mean, you certainly don't want to say, oh, of course we're going to have another 5 or 6 or 8% growth rate this year. Any sense now of what what that expected growth rate ought to look like? Or is that something that come March, we will be able to learn from you all that this was the figure that you landed on?
I would say probably the latter, because that is something we're working on almost on a weekly basis right now. Because again, the timing of some of these key things, and Mr. Sanders and Ms. Hamill are burning the midnight oil to balance the budget. And so again, you probably heard us talk about this in the past. We have a revenue team comprised of all the money related folks around the city, and we look at a number of things. We look at actual performance, so we certainly take these numbers into account. We also look at current year, where we think we ought to be as well, to the extent that we might only be 5 or 6 months into the current fiscal year, but are we seeing trends or seeing anything that also informs the projection for next year as well? So, and we're doing those numbers up until pretty much the last minute to get a number for Mr. Sanders to build his budget around.
My just overall thought is we want to be conservative in the sense of not making ridiculous assumptions, but I think we also can afford to be somewhat realistic in assuming a certain amount of growth in these numbers year over year. I know there have occasionally been years, but only very occasionally been years where there has not been that kind of increase in growth. And so for the benefit of the schools, if nothing else, to assure them that we're not sort of intentionally deflating these numbers to avoid giving them more money, I hope that we can work on trying to be as realistic as is prudent.
And prudency, I think, is the word. And again, COVID obviously impacted so many of what our expectations or norms used to be in a whole host of things. But on the financial side of things as well, again, we had a big rebound year sort of right after COVID. And, we've been trying to assess, how much of that is one time, or is it one time, but does it have some legs, and then it might run over a couple of fiscal years? Or are we getting back to sort of a new normal? Does it look anything like it has in the past? And I think we're still struggling with that a little bit. Obviously, we still have, as I mentioned before, high interest rates. Inflation, while it's been cooling, still is relatively high compared to historic trends. The cost of automobiles, which obviously impacts our personal property taxes. You'll recall at the height of the pandemic, used car prices, for example, were almost as high as new car prices. And new car prices were high as well, just given the impacts on supply chains. And so, again, we've seen those numbers cooling over the last few years, but again, they're still higher than what we've seen in the past. So, again, it's that balancing act of trying to have sort of a healthy skepticism, but also at the same time, again, is to use your word, be prudent in terms of what a reasonable projection might be.
I would just second that obviously it's good to have a big surplus, but it's concerning just in the sense that it's not conservative. It just doesn't reflect reality and kind of what's going on to create that situation, which is other touched on, just creates a challenge, because then when we're making decisions about tax rates or investments in the CIP or investments in schools, we're making decisions in just an incorrect information environment, and obviously that has, a meaningful policy impact, which is beyond the surplus. I think, it taps into a concern I have as well that, in that long, debt table of our affordability, it's making assumptions that don't track historical growth rates. Forget COVID, like 2019 through pre-2008. So how accurate is that? Conservative, or is it just not reflecting what our real growth rates are? All that aside, I would say the other thing is seeing that a portion of it is underspending from surpluses going to departments that anticipated not having enough money. To me, is a red flag that something about how we're doing those department budgets just isn't accurate enough. So, yeah.
So this is helpful for me because I know this information, because I know just out in the public, we'll get asked about the increase. So this is, the surplus, so this will be helpful, along with the explanation. And I think that without explanation and the community trust of us, I think that will go a long way in what we're trying to do and accomplish. So, any other questions?
Did you say this would end up on your
Yes.
transparency portal page, or?
It will be there. Yep.
Great.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item we have is report on the Neighborhood Development Services Work Plan. Kelly?
Good evening, counselors. Happy
Good
to be here
evening.
tonight. I am here with two members of the NDS team, Matt Alfelli and Ben Chambers, and looking forward to giving you an update tonight on our work plan for this fiscal year. So we had an opportunity to share this information with Planning Commission in December and got some helpful feedback from them, and looking forward to sharing this information with you tonight, answer any questions you have, any feedback you have certainly for this year, but also as we look to next year as well. So with that, we can move to the next slide. So the information that I'll be sharing with you tonight is a little bit of contextual information background on how we have identified the priorities for the rest of this fiscal year. As you know, I'm about 4 months into my time leading NDS, and I've been really enjoying getting up to speed and understanding where priorities have been, strengths, opportunities within the department, engaging with community members. So I want to spend a little bit of time just providing an overview of who we are as a department, what some of our significant accomplishments have been over the past year, what I view as the key work plan considerations. So how do we prioritize our efforts, given that there's many needs, many opportunities, but resources, time, staff always limited, so we have to pick and choose. And then how that does inform work plan priorities across the strategic plan outcome areas. And then again, looking ahead to next year, what are a few items that we have identified to drill into moving forward. You can move ahead. So this is, as I mentioned, first I just wanted to take an opportunity to provide an overview of who we are as a department. We are an organization of 27 staff people, and so we are not a huge department by any means, but we do provide resources and staff program areas across a wide spectrum of services. That includes our building code, property maintenance code enforcement, zoning. We also staff the Board of Architectural Review and providing for stewardship of our historic and cultural resources. And then we also have a planning team, which is kind of the other half of our department, and that's made up of our development services, development plan, planners, again led by Matt Alfelli, who's here with us tonight. We have a support services manager that provides a lot of our GIS and support services for our development review. Happy to report that we will have a new long-range planning manager joining us in 2 weeks on February 3rd, coming to us from Pittsburgh. Very excited to have her. She brings great perspective from her time working for the city there. And then, of course, our esteemed colleagues in transportation planning led by Ben Chambers. You can move ahead there. Just another point of background context, wanted to emphasize that as we think about the work that we do in NDS, we are very mindful of how our priorities line up with the outcome areas within your strategic plan, and advancing to the next slide, really something that's very unique about NDS is that we have work that touches on all of these areas. So we're not just focused on housing, we're not just focused on transportation. We really, the work that we do touches on all these different outcome areas. Commitment to JEDI is certainly another area of focus.
Do you see the clicker?
Oh, that's nice.
You can do it.
Okay.
Yeah, you can control it.
Yeah, I sure can. Okay. All right. And then just in terms of some accomplishments, which I know you all are familiar with, but it's helpful to highlight these. A great number of things have happened over the past year in NDS, and partnering with members of the community and you all. Can't go without mentioning that our new development code is still not a year old, having been made effective this in February of last year. So significant accomplishment and still working to see that really take off and its implementation. We've been working to find resources for the downtown mall. We've been building up bike fleets for our after-school programs, creation of a regional transit authority, a significant number of safe routes to school improvements, creation of a downtown walking tour guide, and adoption of updates to our downtown cafe standards are just a few notable highlights. And then on the staff development side, also a number of significant changes. In addition to my onboarding to the department, we have Matt Alfelia as our new development review planning manager, our long-range planning manager coming on board. We are recruiting for a UVA property maintenance inspector to support property maintenance enforcement in the student housing surrounding the university. Also recruiting for a transit planner, and just in terms of staff development, supporting the needs of our team in ongoing professional training, attending conferences, and continuing to achieve certifications. Also wanted to highlight several major approved development projects from the past year. This group of projects represent over 1,000 units, in addition to other community amenities, athletic fields, community centers, and will continue to be a focus of the department as they move into the permitting phase for construction, and will just continue to be projects that we monitor. But certainly, while these were approved under the previous development code, they represent a significant increase in the number of units to support our community. Now, just moving along to kind of a summary based on some of the context that I provided, what really are the key considerations for identifying priorities, looking at a very long list. It's first, the focus of our efforts should be on timely accomplishing our non-discretionary core mission services. So making sure that we are providing the highest level of customer service and responsiveness in terms of building code review, property maintenance code review and enforcement, development plan review, and so on. Also prioritizing efforts that support the health and safety of our community, certainly implementation of the new development code, and that really comes before starting to think about adding new initiatives. Consistently applying an equity lens to our work and the selection of it. So as we think about what our priorities should be, how we implement those priorities, constantly asking the questions, who benefits from this decision, who might be burdened, who's missing from the conversation, who's left out, how do we know what sort of data is informing our decision making? And again, just kind of constantly asking ourselves those questions as we move forward. And then finally, making sure that we're aligning our work plan commitments with staff capacity, and also growing capacity where we can. So our priorities for the rest of this year, and I will continue to think about our priorities through this lens, are really organized by key strategic plan outcome areas. And you'll note here that a number of our significant priorities are really focused in organizational, the area of organizational excellence. So continuing to improve the way we review development applications and process them and bring them to a state of readiness for construction. Relatedly, we will be continuing to focus on making improvements to our electronic plan review system. So we have CityWorks. It's a great tool for supporting, digital intake of applications. We're still working to improve the way that system works for us and for our customers as well. We will be focusing, kind of pivoting away from development review. Also in this year, we'll be thinking about how we comply with our state requirements for reviewing the reviewing the comprehensive plan. That's something that has to happen every 5 years. And we will be coming up on that 5-year time frame again in 2026. So preparing for what that review should look like, what we need to be reporting out on. Recruitment, again, will continue to be a focus in onboarding that staff, and then training and professional development. Looking at the outcome areas of economic prosperity, 2 major areas to focus will be continuing to support efforts on the downtown mall, to maintain it, to revitalize it. And so this is really focused in a lot of work that we already do and continuing to do it, our zoning and cafe standard review and approval, and also how can we celebrate the mall's historic district status. And then we'll also be focusing the rest of this year on accessory homestays. This has been an area where I have certainly received a lot of inquiries and interest from folks in the community as I've come on board, and I'm happy to report that we have an intern on board with us starting this month through the spring to do some research on best practices and what are other jurisdictions doing to respond to the challenges that kind of continue to evolve in this space. How can that inform changes we might want to make to our regulations, to how we enforce, to how we educate the community about accessory homestays. We'll also be investing in some software in partnership with the Commissioner of the Revenue to get a better handle on what is the inventory of accessory homestays in Charlottesville. That's also just a really valuable data point in our decision making about how we want to treat this use in our community. In the area of climate and sustainability, we'll be partnering with other departments in a review of our environmental policies that relate to our natural resources, and where there might be an opportunity for updates to various regulations and ordinances, really to help address where there may be a gap between what we're looking for from a housing perspective in the development code and what our regulations require. So this could be in areas such as critical slope requirements, stormwater. It could be taking another look at our tree requirements. There's a wide range of environmental policies that we'll be looking at, trying to get a handle on, and where there are opportunities to make some changes. And then in the area of housing, there's a number of items that we'll be focusing on, responding to a question that was asked earlier about small area plans, looking at the 10th and Page neighborhood as an opportunity for a small area plan has been identified, my understanding, for a number of years, particularly coming out of the adoption of the development code. So with our new long-range planning manager coming on board, we'll be, as a first step, conducting an assessment of the existing conditions in that neighborhood, really trying to understand what are the key planning issues, what are the types of items that a small area plan can really address, and working with the community to understand what are their needs and what should this process look like moving forward. We'll be focusing on development code training and education, improving information on our webpage, and other pamphlets and materials that can make the development code a little bit more accessible to the layperson. Also monitoring in continuing to evaluate the regulations in the development code and where some tweaks or refinements might be needed. Later in this fiscal year, we are anticipating to be preparing a package of what we view as some technical corrections, and then perhaps also some clarifications to support really the intent of regulations as they were adopted. Like, oh, well, that's not, we meant that, but it doesn't say that. So let's fix what the ordinance is saying to have it reflect what we meant. We'll also be collecting what we view as more bigger ticket items, policy-based amendments that are going to take probably more community engagement, a longer time frame to study and figure out where we may want to make some changes. But that is, we will be starting to identify where we think some amendments to the development code are needed to really meet our needs. Yeah.
Is that where, like mixed-use commercial, does that live in that box?
If there was, if we determined that we wanted to make some amendments to support commercial in residential areas, it would take the form of a zoning ordinance amendment. So yes, but we're not really anticipating it would be something that falls in, let's just say, bucket 1 or 2. It would certainly be more of a policy-based amendment that would take a little bit more time. And I'll mention that on an upcoming slide as definitely an item that we want to look ahead to in the next fiscal year as a potential area of focus.
Okay, great, because yeah, last year we had talked about wanting to review that.
Yeah. Last item on this slide is related to housing, is trying to take a closer look at where some properties that are really in need of, our most neglected or deteriorating properties, where we can create a team approach, more of a task force across the city to figure out how to stabilize those properties, bring them back into the community as an opportunity for housing for folks. And so we'll be focusing on that as well this year. Also have a number of priorities in the area of transportation. I'm only going to mention the categories here because we have Ben. He's going to be providing a presentation later that really does a deep dive on a number of these topics, but just wanted to flag that there's really a wide range of programmatic areas that his group is focusing on in NDS. One of the first items that we'll be prioritizing this year is scoping a new transportation plan, a comprehensive transportation plan for the city. So really identifying that there's a number of plans that provide a lot of different recommendations, strategies, but how do we bring them together in one document that really, where all those different policies, recommendations speak to one another and are organized in a consistent way that everyone can be on the same page about what our needs are moving forward and how we want to prioritize those needs. At the same time, we'll be standing up a Safe Streets initiative that Ben is going to talk about in a little bit more detail, continuing to design and build pedestrian facilities and sidewalks, focusing on transit planning, particularly at a regional level, supporting construction of more bike facilities, neighborhood walking tours, and also supporting micro-mobility, such as the scooters and the e-bike voucher program that you mentioned earlier. So looking ahead, really recognizing that what I've just gone through is a great portfolio of projects for the next 6 months. There's certainly some items that we're going to need to be planning for into the future as well. And these are 4 items that have been identified. The first is that commercial uses in residential districts study. So where are there opportunities to allow commercial in residential districts, and how can we amend the zoning ordinance to allow for that? Looking at our entrance corridors and design guidelines for those corridors, particularly related to development code regulations that may or may not be consistent with existing entrance corridor design guidelines, and how to kind of reconcile the differences there. Looking at our alleys is another area that's been identified as a need, certainly figuring out who owns them, who maintains them, and, you know, what are some opportunities to provide for some improved maintenance. If that's something we want to explore, it certainly would be a way to support more of the infill development enabled in the development code if we had a better understanding of the kind of the context that we have for alleys in Charlottesville. And then finally, an item that has come up is the potential for a study of the downtown mall, looking really specifically at building design requirements, and then potentially other associated planning needs for the mall. And I'll just go into that in a little bit more detail. This is a question that has come up. Does the development code really provide guidance for building height, building form on the mall in a way that kind of provides clear expectations for everybody, or is there maybe some additional work we could be doing to kind of clarifying what is the shared vision for building height and form on the mall? And there's a number of different ways that we could look at that. It really kind of ranging from largest scope of study, most time-consuming effort, to a more targeted scope of study. So if we wanted to come up with a new vision for the mall, we could pursue a small area plan, much like we would pursue an effort for the 10th and Page neighborhood, where we look at multiple issues such as tree canopy conservation, building height, public realm improvements, parking. The outcome of that sort of plan would be a new vision for building height and development, and could include recommendations for amendments to the zoning map and the development code for where building height above 10 stories is appropriate, where we're looking for lower building heights. That would certainly be a time-consuming process. I would estimate 2 to 3 years. That's the typical time frame for an effort of that scope. A more tailored approach could be looking at building height and form on the mall, and really just focusing on those particular items, not trying to also address tree canopy conservation or public realm improvements. And that's really what's identified there as a second option. It would provide an opportunity to really take a closer look at the downtown zoning, which has not been closely addressed to date. And it could also be an opportunity for the BAR to fine-tune their design guidelines to make them speak the same language as the development code regulations. Still a time-consuming process, but probably more manageable from a scope perspective than a small area plan. You wouldn't have the benefit of also being able to look at other issues that are of pressing concern to many stakeholders on the mall. And then the third option that we could pursue if we needed and wanted to look at the downtown mall would be the creation of a special exception process. And that would be an opportunity, whereas currently you can achieve up to 18 stories of building height on the mall, and is that what I mean? No, I'm sorry, 184 feet and 13 stories. There could be an opportunity to, through a special exception, request additional stories, and that could be a way of meeting the needs of applicants who are looking for some additional flexibility in terms of density on a project-by-project basis. That's a study that could be conducted in a shorter time frame. It could potentially be viewed as phase one of a larger effort. The Board of Architectural Review would still retain authority to determine maximum allowable building height, though, in that scenario. But it does create some additional, a new path for applicants looking for flexibility. So happy to talk about those options in more detail or receive any feedback you might have as we consider a path forward there. And that actually concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions, comments?
I thought it was a really good presentation. Sorry you had to give it so late. But
I'm sorry,
of course, Mr. Chambers he's next.
Yeah,
up,
I
know, he's still sorry, T. He's up next.
Yeah, but I will. I'd love to get a copy of that. I don't think we've got that in our packets,
No.
but.
No, we can send that out.
Yeah, I'd love a chance to look through that in more detail, but thank you. And glad you're here and glad you're sort of putting your eyes on the whole organization and how that team can make the most difference. So thank you.
Thank you.
Filling the empty seats.
Any comments down this way? It's
I
getting
know you
late.
guys just want to hear what Ben has to say. Get home
Thank you.
safely.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly.
All right, thank you.
The next item we have is, report on urgent infrastructure projects.
Good evening, council. So I think the first thing you'll learn on this update on urgent infrastructure projects is I'm presenting on a broader strategy this evening. So as we were starting to think through what is an urgent transportation improvement, internally we started to grapple with how does this jive with work we're already doing? How does this jive with work that we're going to do in the future? And we slowly realized we were creating an actual multi-year project that's a strategy that's multifaceted. And so we started laying out what that looks like, and I'll be sharing that with you this evening. It'll take us basically 5 years to get through all of this work that we're proposing. There's lots of new stuff in here, so it'll be exciting, and you all will be able to stay awake this evening through this last presentation. So as we were diving in, trying to figure out what is an urgent transportation improvement, how do we fulfill this directive, we looked at what our key priorities are for safety in this region. First, we looked at a vote that y'all took back in May, which committed the city to a goal of eliminating roadway fatalities by 2045 and having the number of serious injuries that happen in that time frame. Obviously, in October, we learned that we have a lot of work to do. We had a pedestrian fatality as a result of a crash over on Elliott Avenue. That led us to quickly respond with some improvements at First Street and Elliott Avenue as a result of that crash. And we realized there's probably a lot of opportunities for us to do that throughout the city. And so we've been looking at places where we could improve street crossings, both at uncontrolled intersections and signal-controlled intersections. We also realized that speed is a factor in fatalities and serious injuries for crashes. And our current speed limits in the city do not match what our design speeds say in our current design guidance. That's the Street That Works guidance that we've had around since 2016. We haven't gotten around to updating our speed limits since that time that we said that that's what we were designing our city to look like. We also know in order to make some of those changes to speed limits, we're going to have to do some traffic calming. The issue is we haven't done a lot of traffic calming in the past. We have a traffic calming manual, but a lot of the suggested things in that manual we haven't been able to implement. A lot of that has been based on guidance from the federal and state level, and a lot of that has opened up in the past year. And so we're confronted with sort of the difficulty as staff of where do these things go? How do we deploy them? How do we know that it's a good situation to deploy these things in? So there's some testing that we'll need to do to figure that out. And lastly, we have some old citywide transportation plans. We are relying on some networks that were suggested to us by our predecessors back in 2015, 2016. And there are some things that have changed since then, and we want to update those and associated standards and guidelines that derive from those citywide transportation plans. So we developed this Safer Streets strategy. It is a multi-phase, multi-year approach. It's got 3 phases in it. It identifies programs that are currently under work, current budget requests, and it also identifies some future funding needs. I'm not going to jump into where we're going to ask you for money for one program here or there. We'll work through that with the city manager's office, but there are some unfunded needs included in this strategy that we'll have to figure out how to get funding behind. It also looks at the work that we have currently and looks out into the future of what kind of staff do we have going forward, what kind of work can we get done in this 5 years. So we're trying to be a little conservative and not overpromise that we're going to be able to give you the moon and stars and everything. Before I jump into the strategy, I don't want to give the false impression that I have come up with the solution for everything. There's a lot of input that we're going to need from a lot of people to carry this out. There's going to be a lot of public engagement associated with these projects. I know that we've gone to the public a lot over the past few years and asked their opinions on things. There might be a little bit of burnout on that. I'm giving you the heads up. We're going to be asking you for more opinions on more transportation projects moving forward. That's both telling us what design alternatives we're going to need, where we should be making speed limit changes, where we should be putting traffic calming. We'll be deploying surveys. We'll be deploying new information on our websites so that you can track projects and track plans as they're being developed. There's going to be a lot of community meetings involved with coming up with a citywide transportation plan. That's going to take some time and a lot of active engagement. And then there are going to be a lot of touch points with council for y'all to make decisions on how we move forward with a lot of these projects. So the phases of the strategy are broken down like this. First phase is basically what happens in the first year. This is spot improvements, this is testing, this is doing the stuff we've already committed to. Phase 2 is moving more into the permanent, into larger scale projects, and also tackling what is the network that we want to build in the future. And then phase 3 is changing our regulations so that we can build that network of the future, coordinating with other planning efforts so that they are on the same page with our citywide transportation plan, and then carrying out some of those priorities from the citywide transportation plan into permanent, large-scale projects that will go after federal and state funding for.
What kind of scale?
Larger scale. So a corridor project or a big intersection project, something we can't tackle clearly with just local dollars. There are a lot of things up here that are unfunded. Not one of them says urgent transportation improvements, but this is where we're talking about the urgent transportation improvements. It's that first year, and it's things that we have not committed dollars to. These are things that, in order to get sort of the later phases rolling, we need to be able to say where we have the intersection interventions that are working, where we have traffic calming testing that's working, and where we have speed limits where we can lower them today and not after years of work at making corridors more ready for lower speed limits. So I'll go through all of those boxes. Phase 1 is starting this year. It is starting with existing projects. We want to take credit for we are doing a lot of work right now. It's going to have a lot of positive impacts on safety in our region. We want to make sure that we are committed to that work and going to see it through. The first one on this list, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing, is our current planning effort behind safety planning on our roadways throughout the region. It's the Move Safely Blue Ridge Safety Action Plan. This is a federally funded grant study looking at safety throughout the region. Part of that study also includes a demonstration project within the city. None of the other localities involved with this project have that built into the scope. We will be rolling out public engagement on that demonstration project next month. It will be focused on East High Street around the Meade intersection. We also have some big bullet points on here that seem a little wild that they're only in one bullet point, but sidewalk priorities. You all heard this evening about how much more we're investing in our sidewalk priorities. The VDOT project portfolio, which represents tens of millions of dollars worth of projects, that's just one bullet worth of work that we're dealing with. I'm not going to go through each one of these, but we do want to make sure that we are not taking our eye off of these balls. So the first part of sort of urgent transportation improvements is figuring out where we can make improvements at intersections. The crash that we had back in October that resulted in a pedestrian fatality was at a unsignalized intersection where people cross pretty frequently. We wanted to identify where are other places where we can make sort of the low-cost, quick, easy investments to make these places safer. We've been working with the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee to identify some locations, both at unsignalized intersections and some signalized intersections. They came back to us with a list of around 20 different locations, and we've continued to add to that list with other places that we've, as staff, noticed, hey, this looks like one of those locations that BPAC was telling us it seems important. We are still currently sorting through this list, so I don't have a prioritized list for you quite yet. We're up to about 90 locations, and it's growing, so we're going to have to figure out a way to prioritize that so we're not coming to you with a giant list of 90 things that we're doing. So where are we talking about? These are intersections like Preston and Cabell, Greenleaf, Delmar, Oakleaf, Cherry and Fifth, slip lanes at Ridge and Preston, and Carlton Road, Monticello Road. These are probably places that you've heard a lot from your constituents about. They come to us regularly with these locations and say, what can we do here? And so we're going to look at what can we do at these kind of locations. Can we upgrade the sidewalks? We have some sort of old standard sidewalks and some that aren't aligned quite right. Are there things that we can do with that? That's a pretty simple fix. Can we install rapid flashing beacons? We have some of them in different parts of town where you walk up and you push a button and lights start flashing, like when you're trying to cross Ridge McIntyre. Are there other places in town where we can make pedestrians more visible that way? A new thing that we're going to be trying out, no turn on red push button actuated signs. So actually it was on the last slide. It's basically a little box that we put up next to the stoplight. If there's a pedestrian that pushes the button and says, I want to cross, that box turns on and says, no right on red. Other times when there's no pedestrians, people can just make the right on red like they always would, but as soon as there's a pedestrian present, we want to make sure that that intersection is safest as possible as we can make it, and this is one intervention that we're going to try. We're also going to be looking at mini roundabouts, which you'll see pop up in our traffic calming testing as well. Flex post bump outs, which is something we've deployed pretty successfully, especially as part of Safe Routes to School, and looking at some opportunities to upgrade some lighting at some intersections where it's a little dim today. All right, also associated with phase one is starting off our discussions about how to lower speed limits on local streets. So we know that speed is directly related to rates of serious injury and death related to car crashes. Back in 2021, some of our colleagues in other independent city jurisdictions got the state legislature to support giving them the ability to reduce speed limits on local streets below 25 miles per hour outside of typical school zones. This was especially for independent cities because we control our own roads. That ability has been extended to the other jurisdictions as of, I believe, 2023. So everywhere around the state now, we can be lowering speed limits below 25. Sort of the colleagues out there that are moving forward at the fastest pace right now are Falls Church and Norfolk. They have spent a couple of years identifying neighborhoods where they think they can bring down speed limits and identifying traffic calming improvements that they want to deploy to do that. Another reason why we would want to do that on top of the safety issue itself is consistency with our own design guidelines. We've had these since 2016. And they have recommended lower design speeds for our roads across the city, and they're lower than what the current speed limits are. So on this slide, you'll see the map of comparing our existing speed limits to the design speed limits. Everywhere that you see orange or red, our speed limit is higher than what we're saying our design speed should be for that road. That's most of the streets in the city. There are some corridors where we're doing exactly like we said we were going to do, especially around downtown and around UVA, but most of the other areas are above the speed limit that we've decided to set as a design speed. One of the issues is we're not using one of the street typologies from that street that works. That street typology is called a yield street, and it's supposed to be streets where it's too narrow for two cars to pass each other. We've got a lot of streets like that in town. In streets that work, we say that kind of street should be 15 miles per hour. We haven't identified a single street that falls under that street typology. So step one is figure out which of those streets fits this typology and figure out how we can deploy a yield street speed limit. The second set of speed limits that we'll want to look at is the local streets. So that's everything that's not considered a framework street or an arterial. We would look to change those streets to a lower speed limit along with the yield streets at the same time, and that would take care of about 70% of our streets within the first year. Stage 3 is going to be focused on those framework streets, and that's going to come up as part of phase 2. These are bigger streets. These are sort of the arterials, and a lot of them were built with more lanes in mind, with larger roads in mind. These are places where we're going to have to make significant changes before we do go in and decide to make any changes to speed limits. These are places where today they might be 35. If we're talking about bringing them down to 25, we're talking about a lot of work that needs to go into that before we start relying on law enforcement to say that that 25 is the new number. So one of the things that we'll need to do is make sure that we understand what traffic calming we can do before we go out to those big corridors. We know that the speed limit changes alone will not just magically change driver behavior overnight. Right now, we don't have a ton of options. Some of the options that we've relied on in the past aren't great for our other operations. And specifically, I'm talking about speed humps, speed bumps, whichever you'd like to call them. We operate some of the largest vehicles that operate on our city streets. When they hit a speed hump or a speed bump, that's not great for their back axles. So we have to sort of figure out, are we paying more money to fix these vehicles, our buses, our fire trucks, our garbage trucks, or are we getting more benefit out of the safety side of the equation? We have to make sure that both are taken care of, and we are working with transit, public works, fire, to make sure that those vehicles can comply with any traffic calming device we put out on the road. We are specifically looking at speed tables, speed cushions, and this is a speed cushion that's in the picture. It's basically a speed table, but with cutouts for large vehicles to be able to go through without being jostled up and down. We're also looking at color paint options, mini roundabouts, just drawing the lanes to be narrower. So a lot of different tricks that we're trying to see if they work. We have also worked with BPAC to identify locations for this, as well as the fire department. So we're looking at, again, a lot of streets where you've probably heard from your constituents, places like Forest Hills Ave, Langford Ave, which when we were talking with the fire department, we were asking, where are some places where you would want to test this? Langford Avenue was the first place that came to mind. And then we said, where else? And they said, find me more places like Langford Avenue. So this list is supposed to take sort of that flavor. We're not going out to the arterial streets immediately with sort of our bigger speed tables and speed cushions and mini roundabouts and those sorts of things. We're going to be focused mainly on neighborhood streets for those to make sure that they work and that they're not going to affect service response times and things like that. And I've already sort of gone through what the interventions would look like. Phase 2, we're moving into more permanency, looking at more corridor size things, and then moving on to citywide planning. So this would be basically after this year, ramping up to doing a couple years of pretty intensive work around those things. First is making some of that traffic calming that we've done testing on, making it permanent and deploying it more widely throughout the city. As the speed limits change and we monitor those speeds and sort of see how people are reacting to it, we're going to realize that there are some places that we need to apply a little bit of pressure so that the traffic gets calmer. We're also going to have a bunch of temporary devices that we would just put out on the street the year before that they're not going to be lasting forever. We're going to have to figure out whether they were successful at calming the traffic and if we want to make those changes permanent. We don't currently know what the scale of the scope of this is going to be and what that budget is going to be, but this is something that we'll be coming up with annual plans for, of these are the places that we want to start focusing on for traffic calming in the years going forward. All right, so the larger streets, when we're talking about lowering speed limits, we're talking about basically looking at that street and figuring out what we can do with it on a whole corridor basis, but also temporarily. We're not talking about a big streetscape plan that's going to take us years to implement. This is more on the scale of we do the plan in a year and get it deployed in that same year. We have a set of streets within Streets That Work that are called framework streets. That's what we're focused on here. Those are really sort of the arterials. Those are your bigger streets. Rose Hill Drive here in this picture is sort of the poster boy for what we're looking at here. We're looking at streets that are super wide, that give us a lot of room to play with, but that we can do better things with than what's there today. Right now, we're looking at a lot of unprotected bike lanes throughout the city on corridors like this. Is there an opportunity to move those to one side or the other and put them in a protected area of the street instead of having them exposed to traffic? Are there places where we can choke down the street a little bit with bump outs or narrowed down the lanes a little bit to make it a little tighter so that people feel like they need to go a little bit slower. We're not sure exactly how much it's going to cost to do all of these either. We are going to be going forward with one of these projects this year. It is on West Main Street. We're looking to do a restriping project that will help provide protected bike lanes there. That will give us a sense of how much does it cost us to design one of these things, and then how much does it cost to deploy one of these things.
Will it get repaved first?
Some of them may need to be repaved.
There's some spots on West Main that are really lousy.
Yeah, it depends on the corridor. Some of them might need to be repaved, like West Main that might be the case. There might be other corridors where maybe we just repaved it, in the past 5 years and we don't need to repave it, but we would go back through and mark out the existing markings and put in new markings. This slide just continues to go on about what we're doing, but this is really focused on the other 30% of the streets, not the local streets, not the yield streets, but the 30% that carry a lot of our heaviest traffic loads. So as we work through the Fifth Street Road Diet and Bikeway project and West Main restriping project, we'll have a better sense of what this is going to look like, how many of these that we think we're going to be able to pull off in 2 or 3 years, because we're really looking at this being a 2 or 3 year window where we're making a bunch of very rapid changes. And then lastly, on this section of phase 2 is developing a citywide transportation plan. Our plans are pretty old at this point and are in need of an update. We have talked about a bunch of improvements that we'd like to make in phase 1 and phase 2, but these are all spot improvements. These are all sort of one-offs. They aren't coordinating a whole network. They aren't describing to us what are the permanent things that we want to invest in and put on the ground in our network. That's what a city transportation plan is aimed at doing for us. We are taking the lessons learned from phase 1 and our restriping projects and figuring out how does that apply to the rest of the network and how does that turn into permanent projects, not just these temporary within the lines kind of projects. We will be scoping more of this more thoroughly throughout the fall of this year. We have some sort of internal staff workshops that are working through a lot of different topics that will go into this, that are helping us scope what will go into this project. So we'd be scoping it through the fall of this year and then hoping to get it started at the beginning of next year. And then that takes us to phase 3, which is actually the easiest and shortest for me to sum up. Because first it's take those things from the citywide transportation plan that we said were priorities and go out and start designing and building them. This is where it's going to start getting more expensive going forward in the future. A lot of the initial design work we're going to have to take in on our budget ourselves before we can go to VDOT or the federal government and say, hey, we've got this great project. They're going to want to see something pretty well developed in a conceptual state. So that could take some money. That could require some budget, and that will be part of what we develop as part of the city transportation plan is what is the cost that we're expecting to need to pay for these projects. We're also going to take that citywide transportation plan and need to make sure it trickles down into our policies that we operate by. And the biggest one is our standards and design manual. That is what our engineering team looks at for making sure that our streets are engineered properly according to our standards. We might see some major changes come out of what we've learned from phase 1 and phase 2 that could be applied here. So this will be a major lift both for us and for Public Works Engineering. And then lastly, making sure that the things that are in the citywide transportation plan are staying in sync with other plans. You're going to have things like transit plan updates that come up that are separate from the citywide transportation plan but should talk to it. They should be talking about the same network and serving the same residents and serving the same jobs. So we need to make sure that those priorities, those goals, those objectives are carried forward across whatever plans that we're moving forward with. So the next steps, this is my last slide. We need to pull together some lists for you of exactly what the priorities are for the intersection improvements and traffic calming testing locations. We are currently working on those and are trying to get those done as quickly as possible. Our next big public open house is February 25th. That's for that demonstration project for East High that's associated with the Move Safely Blue Ridge project. We will also be having public outreach later in March for the 5th Street Southwest Road Diet and Bikeway project that we're currently designing with VDOT and their consultant team. And then as we get into the process of lowering speed limits, we'll be doing some public outreach later this spring or early summer, looking at what are these yield streets? Where can we start identifying places that we can bring down the speed limit very soon? And lastly, just a plug for, we do have an e-bike voucher program sign up right now. It is through the end of the month. We'll be doing a drawing at the beginning of February. This is going to be an ongoing project throughout the year, and this is our first go at it. So people can go to cvilleebike.com and get signed up. We'd like to see that program be successful.
And where is the February 25th event?
The February 25th event is at Burnley Moran Elementary School for that open house for Move Safely Blue Ridge.
Thank you.
And that's all I have for you this evening. Any questions?
I had a question, and maybe it's for Sam. I'm starting to slow down. So you had been presenting to us about the VDOT project and us catching up with, getting things right with VDOT. Is this different? Is this local money? Just explain that to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody can tell that Ben loves his job.
Yeah. Yes.
This is the many other things that we can do outside of VDOT, because VDOT is really about large scale.
Right.
That's what he was kind of pointing out as well. These are on the ground things that with money and with capacity, we can do these ourselves. We don't have to go through competitive rounds. We don't have to delay years and years and years. That was kind of the impetus of me just reacting to our tragic situation in October, saying, what are the things that we can do? Give me just a list of things that we can do. And he's struggling to give me a list of things that we can do because, one, there's so many things that we could do. But on top of it, it's just trying to figure out what's going to be the most impactful stuff so that, one, he can prove to me and James that, yes, we can keep giving him money and he'll spend it and he'll get more things done, but also for the public at large that the progress actually happens and results from the thing. So I appreciate the scope of the work, and while I want like 10 things that we can do and and a budget next to each one of them and say, here's the money, go get it done, I think this is really more deliberative and studied to try to make sure that it makes sense on what we can actually accomplish and not find ourselves 6 to 8 months from now saying we only got 4 things done on the list because the list was too long, because it was made up of things that we probably couldn't do. And I think that's what some of our history has been, and all of us are trying to avoid recreating that and making sure that the list is the actual workable list.
Can we get a copy of this as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that was really great. Thank you.
Yeah. Great stuff. Lloyd, did you have any?
No, thank you.
Michael?
Random question. For the West Main Street portion, is that the entire stretch of it or just specific portions?
We are looking at scoping that right now, and currently we're looking at it being from Ridge McIntyre to JPA.
Thank you.
We are considering extending the eastern segment of that to go down Water Street a little bit, but right now we've been focused on those 2 intersections as our terminuses.
Thank you.
We did get an email, maybe, on West Main Street this week, and maybe it was just me, and we hadn't gotten any in a while. 'Cause we're supposed to do a lot of improvements with it, but, we reallocated the money. Natalie, did you have anything?
Well, I think this is fantastic. It's great to see. Yes, there was the tragic incident in October, I think, lit a fire for a lot of people, but luckily we had a lot of people in place already to put something like this together, Ben and your team and the S department in general. And that's wonderful and special, and not every city that wants to do these things has the human capital to do that. But that kind of brings me back to my earlier question of, do you have enough money for all of these things? So, you know, we need to keep that in mind as we see a presentation that is as good as this, and as, you know, it's safety, it's people management and movement and, you know, climate, all of those things are tied up in this, and that hits a lot of our strategic priority areas. And so we have to make sure that we prioritize funding for this, because it does check off so many boxes. And hopefully, you know, like you said, there's phases and how permanent it is, but it is going to be very visible. And so people will get on board, people will support it even more. And it's things that we can see happen shortly. So we need to make sure that we are setting aside the funding that we need to make these projects happen as smoothly and quickly as possible.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry you're the last one.
Yeah, thank you all for sticking it out.
So I don't see any members of the public here, but I will ask that any comments from the public. If
Ashley's got something she wants to say.
no.
I need to acknowledge the written report.
Yeah,
The Rivanna report, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yes. So we did receive the Rivanna Authority quarterly update. Is that all we have to say? Or we have to
Just acknowledge that.
Yes, yes. With no further business, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay.
Second?
Okay. Do we have to make a vote on it?
Sure.
All right, thank you. The next regular meeting is February the 3rd, 2025. Thank you.